Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll give you 60 seconds to have everybody find a seat. Okay, good morning. We will call the January 4th, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:02. Happy New Year to everybody. We are glad that you're here. Just to give you a little preliminary information of how we start, we will begin today's council meeting with an invocation, and then we'll go straight to the Pledge of Allegiance. So in just a moment, I'll ask you to stand if you care to stand for the invocation. This is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If your faith group would like to participate in offering an invocation before a council meeting, please send an email to the letter K, Green, at volusia.org. This is Carissa Green down here on my left, and she will get you set up and let you know what's involved. This morning we have Rowan Fox of the Central Florida Free Thought Community doing our invocation. So if you would like, please stand and just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Bauer, council members, county manager, and county administration and staff for this opportunity to start a new year. As we gather to embark on a new year of governance, let us reflect on the shared values that underpin our commitment to the common good. William James said, "Act as if what you do makes a difference." It does. These are great words to open this reflection. In the spirit of reason and human flourishing, let our deliberations be guided by an unwavering dedication to the principles of equality, justice, and the well-being of all citizens. May our decisions be rooted in empathy, recognizing the inherent dignity of every individual. Let our discourse be marked by the pursuit of knowledge and the application of rational thinking, ensuring that our actions are informed by evidence and reason. Today, may this council meeting be a testament to our commitment to fostering an environment where every voice is heard and every citizen feels respected. And with the gratitude for the opportunity to serve, let us commence this meeting with a shared dedication to the prosperity and well-being of Volusia County. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will start the meeting with public participation. We have a few people who would like to speak before we get into the items.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
can I go ahead and take roll?
You can take roll.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson. Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago is here. Mr. Brower.
Here. Thank you, Carissa. Okay, in the order that they were given, first we have, before I call your name, when I do call your name, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to us. Please address the entire council other than any single member. And just tell us where you're from. You don't have to give your entire street address for safety reasons, but just if you would let us know what area of the county you're from, your representative up here would appreciate knowing that. First, we have Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of the Land. I raised to voice my objections to the planned 40-acre development outside the land near where I live. This will be item 9 and 10 on the agenda. According to Selden Gardner of the Daytona Beach News Journal, quote, a proposal to build 240 multifamily housing units and more than 75,000 square feet of commercial space just outside land that has raised concerns about traffic is heading to the Volusia County Council for a vote. Proposed development will be located at 2001 East New York Avenue on about 40 acres at the northeast corner of State Road 44 East New York Avenue and Kepler Road in DeLand, where a Circle K store now operates. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission voted 5-1 on October 19th to recommend that the County Council deny the land use and rezoning requests required to make the project possible, unquote. I thoroughly agree with the PLDEC. This is totally not the best place for this type of stuff. I wouldn't have much of a problem if this was purely residential, but some of the example uses of the commercial space includes, but not limited to, bars, liquor stores, and nightclubs. I have nothing per se against these things, but I fear those places can be trouble out in the middle of other residential areas out there. The traffic concerns are also there. Again, if this was completely a residential or a single restaurant, I wouldn't have no problem. As it stands, I think this should be voted down. I thank you for your consideration. On a related note, I want to call on the Florida legislature to fully repeal the Live Local Act in its entirety. I love growth here in Florida, but everything about the law is stupid on steroids. There's no fixing the act. God bless Volusia County, God bless America, and her eternal ally, Israel.
George Figuerello.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Figueredo. I live in DeLand. I live in Victoria Park. I'm here to, should be a video that should start playing in a moment. It's very short. I'm here to discuss the flooding that's occurring near the intersection of Taylor Road and Blue Springs Boulevard or Drive. I forget what it's called. What you see there on Taylor Road, you see the farm that's underwater. You see homes that are underwater. But what I'm going to show you here is video of the housing behind there. Behind there. This has been going on for at least 5 years. This has been going on since the different parts of Victoria Park opened up. The water recharge areas that used to be there are not there. The communities are not handling their water. It's coming downstream to the lower land in the pockets. This water right now has not been released out further. Gravity, laws of physics, I can make this water get released. I'm not threatening anybody, but I'm just telling you that we have children back there, my grandchildren, that have to avoid this and play in this. Their dog that recently got diagnosed with a young dog with cancerous tumors all over had to be put down. This is not a healthy situation, and there is even doubt and question whether emergency vehicles can get back there. There's utilities that are continuously underwater, and now it used to be it took a lot of rain. Now any simple rain causes this type of problem. We've had land there for 50 years, my family. Others have had land there for 80 years or more. This is a new occurrence caused by the development. I'm not going to get into specifics because there's litigation and all of that will come out in that. Here's what we need. We need Volusia County staff to be a part of working with the City of DeLand and the St. John's Water Management District to let's figure out a solution to this. I don't mean my words to be aggressive, but we're not getting return phone calls from the county manager's office. And the one call my son recently got, he was told that this is a landowner issue. This is not a landowner issue. The landowners didn't cause this. My son is responsible for taking care of the water that lands on his property from the sky, not everybody else's water that's coming. And so there is litigation. I believe there's more to come. Right now, Volusia County is not named in anything that I'm aware of. But before we get to that, is it possible, Mr. Reckenwald, for your office to return our calls and for your staff to become a part of working with the partners to find a solution to all of this? Again, I don't mean my words to be aggressive, but right now we're getting a stiff arm, and I would ask the council to direct staff to please get involved. We just want this problem to go away, and we want people not to be damaged or hurt. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Steve Wonderly.
Good morning and Happy New Year. My name's Steve Wonderly. I live in Daytona Beach and I also represent the Sierra Club. I'm here to speak about allowing off-highway vehicles into Tiger Bay State Forest. At the December 5th meeting, Council approved sending a letter to FDACS expressing the Council's support for the establishment of an area that allows for off-highway vehicle riding in Tiger Bay State Forest. Unfortunately, that process didn't go as it should. Mr. Robbins initially proposed directing staff to draft a possible letter to be sent. The idea was that apparently that draft letter would be brought back to Council in January. However, the public had no opportunity to comment on this idea during the December meeting. This is an issue the public has strong feelings about, and it should have been agended. However, a draft letter to be brought back to the council meeting in January would allow for public comment then. Unfortunately, by the time the motion was finalized, it had apparently somehow morphed from a motion to draft a letter to a motion to send a letter. So the motion that was eventually voted on apparently was never even seconded, and it was not explicitly restated prior to the vote. I've watched the video of the meeting several times, and it is still not clear exactly what the council voted on. Regardless, a letter was sent within a week of that meeting. This means the public did not get to comment on this issue at all. It really shouldn't work that way. At the December meeting, Mr. Robbins talked about reviewing research and getting public input prior to making a decision. These are great ideas. However, this is the main thing council got backward. It went ahead and voiced support for the idea before the research had been accomplished and reviewed and before any public opinion had been offered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for opposing that premature decision. I urge you all to rescind that decision, rescind the letter, agenda the topic, and reconsider it at a meeting where people have a chance to offer their opinion. I do want to make clear that allowing ATVs and off-highway vehicles into Tiger Bay State Forest would be a mistake. They would cause damage. They would disturb people who already use the forest for peaceful nature. They are unlikely to be a financial boon, and they are not what the land was purchased for in the first place. Thank you all.
Julie Martin.
Good morning. You're okay. My name is Julie Martin. I live in Edgewater, Florida, and I've been renting to sex offenders in Volusia County for the last 16 years. I know the words sexual offender and sexual predator are very scary words. I'd like to share a few stories about some of my tenants. Brent's. I went to a bar after work. I was 24 years old. I met a girl. We went home together. A few months later, I got a knock on the door. It was the police asking for a DNA test. I gave the DNA test. I was not the father of the 17-year-old girl's child. I went to prison. So did the biological father. She was not in trouble. Matthew. I'm autistic. I'm 25 years old. I'm actually 12 and a half in my brain, and I'm playing video games with my friend. He's also on the spectrum. Some images popped up, and we streamed them in. We both went to prison. I never touched anyone. I never messaged anyone. I never spoke to anyone. I saw pictures that someone else took. I would have never hurt anyone. But how come an autistic boy can find this when he's playing video games and he goes to prison? James. I have a girlfriend that I met in high school. We were dating for 3 years. When I graduated, I got my own apartment. She moved in with me. She was still in high school. Her parents were fine with it. My parents were fine with it. She stopped going to high school. I told her she needed to get her degree. She needed to finish. She called the police. I went to prison. My concern about the upcoming ordinance for making restrictions tougher on these guys is that it's for life. And I know that's not all of them. I know a lot of these situations are not pretty, but they don't get out. They're not here having a life. They're in prison much, much longer if they ever get out. So the ones that do get out, do they deserve to have this harder on them for life? And is it really something in your wheelhouse? Or is it something that should be shot up the chain? Should it be someone else changing the system and making these guys not a 40-year-old man who raped an 80-year-old because it sounds the same? I raised 2 daughters. They're friends, and they are very aware of what can happen. We're not teaching our children. I just think we need to teach them better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stan Pollock.
Good morning. My name's Stan Pollock. I live at on Brooks Drive in Orland by the Sea. South Florida native, moved up here, retired in 2009, and bought a house in 2014. In 2016, I started having issues with my next door neighbor because of the proximity being right next to my house. His property is the one circled in red, and mine's the one next to it on the west side. Anyhow, I realized that I tried to make him understand that he has to abide by social norms, and tried to use code enforcement to make him understand that there were some things he had to abide by. Now, a couple things. First of all, they started doing this where you can't make an anonymous complaint online anymore, but they do not have anything to allow you to take the Marcy's Law directive type thing, because you're simply reporting it as a witness, and your name and phone numbers and everything is being displayed online, and that should be a Marcy's Law type situation where, because you have to report your name, you should be able to at least have it hidden from the public records. Anyhow, so in 2016, when I started trying to get code enforcement to address the issues with my neighbor to make him understand he had some responsibilities, I was having a hard time trying to get people to do anything about it. I came into the county council in 2017 when I found out that the building in the back here was not supposed to be inhabited, and he was using it to live in while he rented out the front house. Plus he was renting it out to third parties at some different points in time. I provided an affidavit to that effect. They did nothing about it because they said, well, there's nobody there now. Some people started moving in there again in 2018, and all the efforts that I made, including restoring a website so I could upload videos because you can't email them, were all for naught. The simple things, for example, the RV you see there on the left side of the picture, if you pull up the last one, the last item, okay, this information is public record. If you have the tag number, when it's valid, you can get the ID number for the VIN. You can use the VIN number to get the registration information. This was printed off this morning. You can see that that RV was last registered on September 5th, 2022. That's when the tag expired. Multiple complaints to code enforcement showing them this, and they've got access to this information. I myself was cited from my car in the backyard not having a valid tag, and I had to sell it. But anyhow, so I contacted my representative. He's talked to me for 20 minutes. He looked online, saw the pictures right off the bat, said, yeah, he's parking illegally. I called my representative back twice after that. He did not return my calls. Code enforcement is not doing their job. I've approached Mr. Reckenwald. I came out and talked to him about it. That went.
Thank you.
They Irvin said that they were doing their job.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Happy New Year. I hope this year's better than last. A couple of things. I mentioned before growth, all right? You have item number 9, in which the people in the land are trying to hold back growth. But that development is going to use ISB. And I've spoken before about the need to look into ISB and Tomoka Farms Road because they are coming down the pike. I fought for years to get LPGA widened. Our city thought, oh, there's no need to widen it. Thank God Heather looked into it. I'm asking you guys to look into and to make sure that we kind of plan for the future, that we have our roads and our infrastructure done before the development goes in. So I don't know if all the development is in for item number 9, but I do know that all the development is not in for what's coming down the pike on Tomoka Farms Road. Another development is coming down the pike on that one. We've already got like 6 that are literally okayed by the city. Some people say, well, they won't go in. Same thing Robbie Lilland said about Consolidate Tomoka and the Margaritaville. Margaritaville would never go in. And if it does, it won't go in before 2025. Well, guess what? It's in. And we didn't do LPGA. Those properties on Tomoka Farms Road will go in, and that road will not be ready. That bridge just west of 95 on ISB has to be widened. They just sold the property right down the street on ISB. LPGA is developed all the way to that intersection where the traffic light is on ISB. That's going in. So those people will fall or feed right into ISB. It's not ready. They will go into Daytona Beach, that line, because now there's a traffic light right in front of LPGA's, whatever that section is, on ISB. But they just put a traffic light there. So when we look at that stretch, if you think Granada is bad, wait a couple of years. So I'm asking you to look at all of this stuff and prepare in advance Tomoka Farms Road and ISB on our side. Thank you very much.
David Hartgrove.
Good morning and Happy New Year. At the monthly board meeting of the Environmental Council of Volusia and Flagler Counties yesterday, I was asked to speak to the council today on the issue of a request by the county council to open Tiger Bay State Forest to ATV use. I went back and looked at the agenda of the December 5th meeting. Knowing how contentious this issue was every time it's been raised in the past, I thought surely that controversy would guarantee that this item would be on the agenda. Nope, no mention of it. We members of the public have every right to expect the council to operate in an open and transparent process. That is definitely not what happened in this issue. The only way we found out about this was by going back and looking over the closed caption transcript of the December 5th meeting. In reading that, I don't see how anyone on the council could possibly have known exactly what they were voting on, since the original wording was muddled and there was no request to restate the motion before the vote. Not knowing how all this transpired last month, excuse me, on December 31st, I wrote a letter to you on behalf of the Environmental Council requesting that the letter not be sent. Apparently the letter had already been sent on December 11th. I have no idea where a member of the public might see a copy of this letter. The myriad reasons for why this is such a bad idea remain in place. Use of ATVs on sensitive conservation lands will do irreparable damage to those lands. In Withlacoochee State Forest, where ATVs have been operating on what's called a croom tract, the state spends a small fortune on maintenance of the property, far more than is taken in user fees. In addition, there are a number of plants, birds, and animals in Tiger Bay that are state and or federally listed as species of special concern, threatened, or endangered. Opening Tiger Bay to off-road vehicles would place these species at increased threat. Dumping the problem on the state means that the state gets all the expenses and land degradation issues, and you folks get to brag to your constituents that you've given them an off-road recreation option. There are properties available here in Volusia County that could be suitable for ATV use. They could be purchased using eco-funding. That would be the responsible way to handle this issue. Opening Tiger Bay State Forest to the destruction that would ensue once ATVs are blasting around, terrifying horseback riders, and tearing up the vegetation is not a viable option. Thank you.
Betty Laughlin.
Good morning, Betty O'Laughlin, Lake Helen. I'm just going to follow up a little bit with David. I am a past president of the Environmental Council of Volusia Flagler. Have been before this board many times over the years. The ATVs, that you want to open this up for ATVs again, and I'm not sure exactly why, since it's a beautiful piece of property. A number of years ago, I have a number of friends, and they do ride out there. They're horses. I own horses too, and because some of the ATVs don't pay attention to the rules and ride places that they don't belong. Somebody was almost hurt very badly because they came flying through when the riders were on their horses. This was declined over the years, and I don't understand why it wasn't on the agenda or that we didn't have some public feedback on it. This is really important. I've been an environmentalist for years. I've worked in the county with it for about 24. I found my home here, and I've been before this council many, many times on different things, and the council has paid attention and have been very responsive. But why Tiger Bay was opened up again, I don't understand, so I would really appreciate it if you all would look very carefully and let people come and say why it shouldn't be on. I live in Lake Helen. We're looking at some other things there. It's a little town, and it's been a few years since I spoke before you, so I'm a little nervous today. But I would really like you all to look at this. We're losing a lot of our property, and we have animals. I have deer in my backyard now, and I think it's because they don't have a home anyplace else. We have deer that go through Lake Helen, you know? So this is really important that we pay attention to the environment. I have great-grandchildren now, and I really want my children to be able to enjoy some of the things that I've been able to enjoy over the years. And if we keep opening up places that don't belong to be opened up, this is not going to happen. So you all think about your children and your future grandchildren, whether you have them or not. And please bring this back. Let the citizens talk about it and tell them why the reason. There are places that ATVs can go, and it may cost them a little money to do it, maybe, because it's not as much fun as going on all the free stuff we have around here. But I would really ask you all to really seriously consider this. This is very important. Tiger Bay was preserved for a reason, and with water resources and the function as a wildlife carrier, we really need to look at it. Thank you very much.
Larry Wesley.
Hello, my name's Larry Wesley. I live at 39 Sanders Circle, New Smyrna Beach, paradise down here in Florida. I came today to tell you what I investigated about the fuel storage thing, the issue that's at hand here, probably today for a vote. One of the things I did was I actually went out there. I went out to Hall Road, and I found out that it was about 6.2 miles, almost 10 kilometers from Willamont Street in Ormond, which is about the last red light from Ormond Beach, okay? 10 kilometers, okay? Johansson knows what I'm talking about, kilometers. He's a military, okay? Then what I went to do was, the comment was that it's right behind the sports center or whatever. So I went down the road about 1 kilometer, 1 click. Then I went to the entrance. That was the entrance of the supposedly fuel storage place. Then I went back 1 kilometer as well, which is probably, that's where they started excavation on that. It's already started. And you want to put a moratorium on it? You got to be kidding me. You're going to get sued, people. You're going to get sued for millions of dollars if you do that. We triangulate, like I was taught in Vietnam, how to read the maps and terrain maps and whatnot. We triangulate back to the sports center from where the excavation is. It is actually 1.4, almost 1.5 kilometers away from that sports center. There's a tree line which I walked that is a barrier, a railroad track, and with OSHA requirements, I worked OSHA requirements in industry. The requirements that fuel storage place is going to have is going to be unbelievable, including a big old siren. And if you can't evacuate a sports complex in under 1 hour, when that evacuation sign goes off, you got a problem. Now, we lined up, our leadership lined up with a bunch of liberals that state that it's right behind the sports center. I just told you, I just proved to you, it's not. They say, oh, it's right in our backyard of Ormond Beach. It's 10 kilometers away from downtown Ormond Beach at Wilmot Street. just to get to Hall Road. Okay. And about the turtles. The turtles know how to adapt, improvise, overcome, innovate, and survive. Trust me. All they need is air, water, sunshine, and food, people. And they will adapt. They will move on to another area if that's the problem.
Thank you.
We got a lot of misinformation.
Thank you,
I
sir.
don't know if anybody went out to check that out, but son of a gun, I did.
Okay. Your time has exceeded. Thank you very much for coming in.
Can I make a proposal here?
No, you can't.
Okay.
But thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
And that will bring us to the first of several items to start the new council off for a new year. The first one, we'll do these before we go to the consent agenda so that we can get the council organized and started. First one, item one, it's a 2024 organization of the Volusia County Council. It's a proposed resolution declaring the county council duly organized under section 301 of the Volusia County Charter. Council, is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt, Johansson.
Second.
Motion to adopt by Johansson, second by Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Item 2 is a resolution election of county council vice chair for 2024. Every year the council elects a vice chair. Is there a nomination? David Santiago.
I move to nominate Troy Kent as vice chair.
Second, Johansson.
David Santiago nominates Troy Kent. And the second one was by Councilman Johansson. Any discussion, questions? All in favor of electing Troy Kent as vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Troy, you are nominated to vice chair, 7-0. Congratulations. Is he still smiling?
A little bit.
Heard Jake congratulate Danny.
Item 3, resolution adopting the 2024 County Council meeting schedule. It has dates and times. Councilman Matt Reinhardt.
Mine is more of a discussion.
Okay.
I know that at some time ago we had meetings on Thursdays, and that was changed to the Tuesday at the request of a couple former council members. I was looking at this. I know that right now, currently, we have our agenda meetings the first week, and then county council the following week. And my question is, just for discussion, to be a little more productive, to have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday set aside for agenda meetings, and then Thursday council meeting. That gives the next week for staff to be able to accomplish what we ask them to do. Also, it may assist with, I don't mean to make it about this, but as far as leave time for some of the staff members right now, those that are required to be here for both have to be here for the week of agenda meetings, and then they have to be here for the week of the council meeting as well. I'm just trying to, I was thinking outside the box, just trying to be, thinking that would be a little bit more productive to do so.
Okay, thank you. Let's see what the rest of the council thinks. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Councilman Reinhardt, Tuesday, Thursday, it doesn't really, I hadn't thought of it. I'm glad you brought it up. Most of the other government agencies tend to have their meetings on Tuesday, so it makes me think we could attend other meetings if we needed to. But I'm okay with Tuesday. I don't have a problem with Thursday. The reason I wanted to speak was I wanted the council to consider removing 2 dates right now at the get-go, first meeting of the year, and that is the date of July 2nd and then the second one would be December 17th. We ended up removing that second meeting in December, and we did it at the 11th hour. It put staff, I think, in a tight position to move some things around, and I think if we do this now, it gives staff enough lead time to make sure that that first meeting in December, as far as the evaluations for our county manager and county attorney, we can have plenty of time to have the instrument that we're going to use again this year and other things. So, and the reason for July 2nd is because of the time frame of the birthday of our country on the 4th of July. I just think it's prudent to remove those two meetings. But that's just discussion, not a motion yet. I wanted to hear what everybody else thought.
Okay, yeah, I think I'd like to hear from everybody, and then we'll come back to both of those, the changing the dates and these, eliminating these two meetings. And I think after we hear from the last two council members, I'll include the county manager for remarks on how either of those things affect staff. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as the canceling of the two meetings, I have no problem with those. Makes sense, and might as well put people on notice now, right?
Right.
On the Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'll just be personal. I've kind of got accustomed to the Tuesdays. I think staff has done a good job of delivering all the deliverables for us, and it just works for me a little bit better. I'm just going to be honest there, and not that I'm not, but Thursdays, sometimes I guess puts it a little close to the weekend too, right? Tuesday just seems to be a good day. And as far as going to other elected body meetings, you just stay away from those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I support keeping them on Tuesdays as well. Being a semi-retired guy, I like getting my my agenda brief a week ahead of time so I can get my research done prior to going in, so I'm educated when I talk to George and the staff, and then be able to go back and take a good look at the details of the meeting we have before we have this meeting. Secondly, on a personal note, I do a lot of out-of-town stuff on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which involves Thursday travel. So you'd see a lot less of me, or I'd see a lot less of my wife maybe if we moved it to Thursday. So I'm supporting Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey?
Yeah, I kind of got the same problem Jake has. I do a lot of out-of-town stuff on the weekends that require traveling on Thursdays, so that would cause me to miss quite a bit of personal stuff with my family. Wednesdays are okay, but definitely Thursdays would be a hardship on my family. And predominantly my court cases, because I'm still busy at the office, but Tuesdays and Thursdays are my busiest court days. That's when we typically have docket soundings, pretrial, stuff like that. So Wednesday would be great for me selfishly, but I don't really care. Tuesdays or Thursdays, or Tuesdays or Wednesdays would be fine. But yeah, Thursdays would be a hardship on my family. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just make a motion at this time to approve item number 3, with the removal of the meeting dates on July 2nd and December 17th.
Second.
You are keeping
Yeah,
Tuesday.
I'm not touching the Tuesday thing. I've heard enough. It makes total sense. And I'm not going to speak for Councilman Reinhardt, of course, or for anybody, but I don't think that was his intention. And since we've heard from other council members about the position it puts them in, I totally get it. Tuesday's what I signed up for. That's what it was, so I'm good with it.
Okay. Discussion before, go ahead, Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I support it. I'm gonna support it. I just didn't know, Chairman, this is sort of related, but when it comes to procedurally, is this the time to talk about adopting the agenda procedurally, or are we just strictly talking about the days? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. sure what you want to discuss. Discuss the agenda procedurally.
Adopting the agenda. You know, a lot of other municipalities adopt the agenda right off the bat, and I think this ties obviously into the meeting and to keep the flow of the meeting going, but adopting that agenda, locking it in, and it keeps us moving forward and everything.
Okay.
It may not be the right time, but I didn't see an area where we can talk about or have a discussion about procedurally stuff this year. So thanks.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reply to Danny. I think I know where you're going, procedurally, since it's an organizational meeting also today, should we address for the next year on how we do policies and procedures, particularly how agenda adoptions? I think certainly probably in council comments or whenever, throw that up, what the suggestions may be, and I think we can address them there.
Sounds good.
That's just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay. Before I call for a vote on approving the meeting schedule, County Manager, you will do whatever the council asks you to do. I understand that, but I would really like to hear from you, if you know at this point, how canceling July 2nd, December 17th, how that might affect the length of the agendas.
Well, typically what it does is it puts a little more items on the meetings that are surrounding where that spot was. However, as Councilman Kent pointed out, with this kind of lead time, it gives us the ability to manage the agenda. So I'm confident that we can take and look at this. And of course, we always can have a special meeting if something happens. We get some, God forbid, storm or something or other that we have to deal with. We'll deal with it at the time. But this way here, we can plan now based on this amount of meetings through the year.
Okay, good. All right, then if there's no other discussion on this, I'll call for the vote to accept the council meeting schedule remaining on Tuesdays with the elimination of 2 dates, July 2nd and December 17th. And then Councilman Robbins, let's come back, if you would like to, at the end of the meeting, let's put this on the agenda. I think we heard that from the public already this morning. Jake has been a leader on that to make sure everything goes on the agenda before it's discussed, and I think that's wise.
And Chairman, I can do it during council comments, but this is procedurally, it doesn't affect the public, it just affects how we do business. So I'll talk about it during council comments. Thanks.
Okay. All in favor of accepting the new council meeting schedule excluding July 2nd and December 17th, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Brower, I'd like to confirm that the second for that motion was Mr. Santiago.
It was, yes. Motion by Troy Kent, second by David Santiago. Okay. That brings us to the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for discussion or a vote?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Vice Chair Kent makes a motion to approve consent agenda as it stands, and David Santiago makes the second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is passed 7-0. And that.
And Chairman, if I just 10 seconds, just say staff, great job. The consent agenda, I mean, all the information was there. There were no questions from anybody, nothing confrontational that we needed to pull. Thank you.
That brings us to item 5. First reading of ordinance 2023-47, an ordinance implementing a moratorium on heavy industrial I-2 zoned parcels. And Director Irvin, you will kick this off?
Yes, sir.
See if we can get a recess.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is an ordinance pertaining to a moratorium on development within the I-2 zoning classification. This was directed by the County Council in November. At that time, the council identified a concern specifically with the list of permitted uses that are within the I-2 zoning classification. If you look at that in our zoning ordinance, the first one, it states under permitted uses at any industrial use of buildings or structure subject to environmental standards contained in section 72-288. This is a very open-ended list. It gives the council and staff very limited ability to identify what could be incompatible uses. And so the discussion is, how do we rectify that situation? And so the council agreed that it does require additional analysis and review of what options are available to the county council in their policy decision making. So what a moratorium does is provides a temporary pause. It gives us the staff the opportunity to go and do research, come up with options, present it to the council, and then act on the council's direction once that is presented to them. The time frame has been identified as 9 months from the November 21st, 2023 meeting. So therefore, this would end in August 20th, 2024. There is a provision for a 3-month extension available to the county council. That would be coming up if there was perhaps some additional analysis needed by the council, or additional questions that they needed, or additional time for staff to address some of those concerns. The big thing is that staff will be utilizing it to look at a multitude of different issues in regards to compatibility, safety, efficiency, effectiveness, and being able to make sure that the uses that are allowed within the I-2, which is a heavy industrial use, are able to satisfactorily meet the goals, objectives, and policies of our comprehensive plan, and be able to provide for the public health, safety, and welfare. As part of that, we were looking at what are some of the statutory issues in regards to moratoriums. There is nothing specific except in the Burt Harris Property Rights Act, in which case a 12-month time frame is identified. That is why the 9-month with the 3-month extension is consistent with that set of state regulations, and provides the council with a sense of cover in that the time frame that we're utilizing here is not going to be identified as a take or something along those lines of someone's personal property rights. The goal is to go through this process and by October 20th have the resolution. What is that resolution? We can't say right now because we haven't completed the analysis, but we can give you the options that are going to be basically available to you today. One of the things that you can do is say that we don't want to do the moratorium, in which case anything that comes in for the I-2 that has an I-2 zoning would have to be subject to the existing standards we have in place for development. If you do stick with the moratorium, what will happen is staff will go forward, do the analysis, and come back. Part of that analysis will be including potential fiscal impacts, that if someone does raise a Burt Harris Property Rights Act or other type of lawsuit as a result of the recommended actions. That will be identified to you so that way, once we've completed our analysis and we provide you with the different choices at that point in time, you can make a decision on all factors at that point. We would want to have all of this wrapped up by that August timeframe. In other words, not just the analysis, not just the presentation, but also the processing through the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and 2 readings here at the County Council. So there was a question raised at the PLDRC, is that, and excuse me, I didn't mean to use the acronym, Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission at their meeting in December 21st. Can't staff do this quicker? This is dragging out. We don't want it to become a campaign issue, etc. These were issues that were raised by the public at that meeting. What we tried to explain to the PLDRC was that just factoring in the time frame for 2 readings at the county council, factoring in the time frame for the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and before that bringing forward a discussion item to the county council would take at least 2 to 3 months. We are already going back to November, so you have November and December and part of January gone. So factor in 3 more months, that basically gives staff approximately 2 months to do this level of detailed analysis. So that's why you see that the time frame is the way it is. Again, getting back to the December 21st, 2023 meeting of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, this moratorium was brought forward because it is pertaining to the zoning ordinance, it is pertaining to land development regulations, and it has a tie to the comprehensive plan. So therefore, in abundance of caution, your legal staff recommended that we make sure we get some sort of recommendation from that board because they are a designated local planning agency. We wanted to make sure that they were clear on what the purpose was. It was not targeting a specific use on a specific piece of property. It is targeting the I-2 zoning. And in your packet, you will see that there's currently a limited number of parcels that are zoned I-2. But it's important to remember that the I-2 zoning can be applied in all approximately 750 to 800 acres of land that we have industrial land use designation assigned to in our future land use map. So what we're looking at is how can we go forward and see this gap, this issue with our I-2 zoning, and proceed forward with a method of addressing those concerns that could impact upwards of 700 to 800 acres within Volusia County. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission did hear from the public. Unfortunately, we haven't had enough time for the minutes. If this goes on to second reading, we will make sure those minutes are included in your packet. I'm here to convey to you that there was public comment in support. There was public comment in, I would say, either not doing it or trying to truncate the time to avoid the campaign issue. When the final vote came through, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously recommended approval of the ordinance for a moratorium. If there's any questions, I'm available, and as usual, Paolo's here to provide me cover with the legal issues. Be glad to answer any questions.
I think you have a lot of questions here, so we'll open it up. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, real quick, or Paolo. If the moratorium went into effect, this affects anything industrial that you said, the other properties, I know I-2, but if we were to identify another piece of property somewhere that would be more in line with what this company would like to use that's away from Ormond or whatever, and it's not I-2, but would that stop that process, or could a PD be done, or?
It's specifically to the I-2 heavy industrial.
So but I'm saying if there was an industrial property somewhere and they said, okay, this looks more appealing to us, we'll go ahead and go with that, but
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
I'm sorry?
What's your point?
Point is relative to the topic of what we're doing here. This discussion today is not relative to any particular parcel. So I would recommend that we stick to the agenda item, which is only to the I-2 moratorium.
I'll say this about the purpose.
I think your point is well taken.
I'll say this about the point of the moratorium. The point of the moratorium is for any property that is currently zoned I-2 during the moratorium, which this council can terminate early if it desires to, would prevent the acceptance of any development orders, development permits, or the issuance of such. So if there is another, what Clay mentioned, if there's another piece of property that rezoned to I-2, while the rezoning would go ahead, we don't put a prohibition on the rezoning, the issuance of any development permits or the acceptance of development permits or development orders would be held in limbo during the term of the moratorium. So, we've written it so that this council can end it early. However, it would apply to any future properties that would turn into that I-2 heavy industrial zoning district.
Thank you. I think Councilman Santiago is correct. If we could keep the discussion to the item at hand, which is, do we want to ask staff to write the ordinance implementing a moratorium? No apologies necessary. It's a lot of important issues surrounding this. Don Dempsey.
If I could ask Clay a question. Now that the clock has already started, so to speak, under the Bert Harris 1 year, that's not a hard 1 year deadline, is it? But that's kind of the recommended deadline?
I'm going to have Paolo.
I was going to say, maybe I should ask Paolo that first before I asked you.
So it falls under the definition of an inordinate burden under the Bert Harris Act. So a moratorium is what falls it falls under the category of temporary impacts, and the Act says that a temporary impact is not considered an inordinate burden. However, if you go beyond 12 months, then you don't get the benefit of it not being an inordinate burden. You can affect a property under the Bert Harris Act and be an inordinate burden on the property rights and the reasonable investment-backed expectations if your temporary impact, if your moratorium exceeds 12 months. You can. It's not a certainty. So that's why we are keeping the 12 months or under to be consistent with the Bert Harris Act.
And is it fair to say that now that the clock was started on November 21st of last year, they submitted a permit request application the very next day, correct? Or somebody did on behalf of Belvedere.
I got a point of order.
Yes.
What's your point?
Mr. Chair, if we can keep our councils specific to the agenda item and not any particular project proposed or thought of.
Oh, okay. Well, let me rephrase it then. Are we in a different dynamic now that an application has been?
Well, we did two things. Council directed us to look at the I-2 zoning district because of the reasons we identified. So we're operating under what's called the pending ordinance doctrine. So the staff is actively looking at the I-2. We've identified that that first list of allowable uses in the I-2 zoning district, and identified this may be an issue in the future. So we're actively working on that, and there's case law that says, if we receive direction from the governing body and staff is actively working on it, the ordinance is considered pending, and therefore, we are allowed to not issue any development permits. So that is operating under a different line of temporary impact on a property. We are also doing the moratorium just to put a time frame on ourselves to be consistent with the Bert Harris Act. Okay. So that's why we are going back to the November 21st date, so that we're merging those two doctrines, the formal moratorium and the pending ordinance, into the same time frame.
Okay. So now, Clay, I'm sorry, I didn't thank you, Paulo. So Clay, would it be fair to say, I could kind of read between the lines in your opening statement, that it would be better to, now that it's here, to extend it to a 1 year moratorium to the end of November of 24, so that we can make sure before the county implements a moratorium that we are thoroughly investigating the safety concerns through studies, the financial impacts this is probably going to have on the county if a moratorium is implemented, and the compatibility issues, environmental issues as well.
The time frame was something that was identified by the council back in November. And so I guess what I'm saying is staff can work with whatever time frame. You do have that option right now today, that if the council feels that 1 year is the appropriate time instead of 9 months, because again, as Paolo said, you can always end it, but extending it beyond 12 months is the thing that we're concerned about. So right now your options are 9 months with a 3-month extension, or 12 months right now. Whatever one you feel is appropriate. And if we are able to get through the process and get everything taken care of within 7 months or so, then it could be terminated at that point. So it's really giving you and the council up on how you can proceed.
But if we extended it for the full year and then staff felt like we've got all the information we need 6 months from now, we could always put it on the agenda sooner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Whereas the vote to extend it would be, what would that be, sometime July, August, something like that?
Could be at any
August.
point in time in the time frame that, in other words, if staff came to you and say 45, 60 days from today and said that we've hired a consultant to do X, but because of their staffing or delay, we will need that additional 3 months to complete their analysis, we could do that as well. That's the whole point, is we would have to just come back to this body to get that 3 months tacked on.
All right, thank you. That's all, guys.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apollo, I just want to clarify, I guess, to make sure in the terms, because there have been members of the public that have expressed concerns that this could put us in legal harm financially to the county. If I'm accurate in understanding your testimony, you said that based on, I'll just use the word case law or administrative law or previous incidents, you feel, and our legal team feels, that we're in comfortable area by doing this in the method that's being proposed. Is that correct?
I'll say moratoriums are common tools used by local governments to implement, proper planning. I can't say that we won't be sued or there's zero risk, but,
there's history around this, doing it this way.
Yes. Leaving it, less than 12 months. The moratorium itself is not because it's temporary. It's a temporary impact. It is what you do to the I-2 heavy industrial zoning district, which will, determine whether or not there is any an inordinate burden on private property rights. Okay. So that's kind of the big consideration. So we're asking the moratorium for us to, give us time to actually study what changes and what impacts, changing the I-2 heavy industrial zoning district would have. Once again, no promises, but moratoriums they're
common.
They're common. A lot of local governments use them. The rule of thumb is keep it under a year.
Thank you. Clay, one question for you. At least for me, the over the last couple of months, the more I've learned about the I-2 zoning in our court ordinances, there were a lot of surprises. There were a few surprises in there on how that was adopted in the past, maybe for whatever reasons, but did raise some concerns for me on how the I-2 zoning is currently permissible in our code of ordinances. Is it safe to say that there may have been some concerns in there, now that we've seen it, that you've seen, hey, there's some wide gaps in here that probably should have some clarity to it, and that's what we're going to do is this exercise?
100%, sir.
Okay, perfect. That's why I make sure that from your professional opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Urban, sorry. What information are we waiting on exactly? I believe we've identified the properties, right?
What we would do is basically start going through a variety of different national coding of different uses. In other words, if you look at NAISCs and all these other codes that are utilized by economists and everything else, to first of all identify what are the potential uses that could go in there. Once we go through that, we will start looking at what is the basically operation, output, and product and impacts resulting from those uses. We will then look at that and see how that can be incorporated based either on our landscaping buffering, our parking requirements, our spatial requirements, those types of things, so that way we could identify based on where industrial land is located, what is necessary for it to be able to be utilized for this much more intensive type of use. We will also be looking at valuations of land. In other words, if we are coming forward and restricting some uses that are currently allowed, how is that going to financially play out? In other words, have we diminished the realistic economic return on those properties significantly? We may take away one use but grant another, and then if you look at the baseline conditions, if it has no net change, then it can be argued that there was no loss of economic return. We will also be looking at how the sites overall, in regards to how our environmental standards, how our zoning standards, how our stormwater, et cetera, are all impacted by these different types of uses, and if that is something that needs to be a factor in how we make those decisions on what uses are allowed. Then from there, breaking it down into uses permitted by right, uses allowed by conditional use, and uses requiring a special exception.
What I was looking for, and thank you, Clay, was the exact properties that this would potentially affect. Because, you know, when we put a moratorium on it, we're assuming now additional risk from the way I have interpreted it from legal. Is that, Mr. County Attorney, is that accurate? What kind of risk with now dragging these other properties into this kind of, I don't want to say out of process because I'm not an attorney, but almost out of process?
So the
what kind of
moratorium,
risk
once again,
does
puts a
it have?
puts a stop. It's a temporary impact on any property zoned I2. You know, what Clay described is, okay, what are you going to do to the I2 zoning district? And that's where the analysis of, you know, are you taking away any investment-backed expectations? How much are you taking away? That's a different process which we're in the middle of looking at the I2 heavy industrial zoning district. The moratorium itself puts a pause on any developments so that a property owner doesn't go forward and develop only to find out later, oh, you can't do that. So
Okay.
that's kind of the purpose.
Would the moratorium, because I'm trying to mitigate our losses here, okay, or potential risks. Would enacting or voting for a moratorium, would that give us additional exposure with all these other properties now, county-wide? We had like between 700 acres and 1,000 acres that were potentially could be affected. We also have, and it's been identified through the staff, 3 to 5 parcels totally up there on Whole Road that can possibly be affected. I'm trying to assess the risks with this.
Sure, and you know, any moratorium proposes an exposure to the local government. You know, we are trying to keep within the lanes provided to us under the Burt Harris Act and under you know, the relevant case law interpreting moratoriums that keep it under 12 months. Make sure you've got a valid purpose. Make sure that it's not arbitrary and capricious. So that's why we're focused on the time of the moratorium, and that we are actively moving forward with the I2 heavy industrial zoning district. I can't say that the moratorium, it's, you know, that we're completely 100% safe, because no one can say
Sure.
that. It does provide additional exposure. We are trying to you know, play within the rules that are granted to these temporary impacts to reduce our exposure for the moratorium. But once again, it's really what are you going to do, or what will you approve for the I2 heavy industrial zoning district that will provide the greatest amount of exposure or liability.
Sure. And Mr. County Attorney, if other municipalities have targeted a property or a zoning classification and have taken steps in their, I don't even know what you want to call it at this point, attempt to deflect or however they do it, their involvement in this situation. And if elected officials have targeted, how would that affect the moratorium process? Because once again, I'm trying to assess some damages that have already taken place, and I want to make sure, because it appears to me that a moratorium should have taken place prior to it even getting to where we're at now, because there's a lot of things that are not
If
kind
you
of
remember, SB 250 was in place starting with July. And so that explicitly said, you know, you cannot impose moratoriums on any property within a 100-mile radius of, that time it was Hurricane Nicole.
Right.
So, or propose any more restrictive or burdensome land development regulations, which we consider a moratorium of this type to be a more restrictive or burdensome land development regulation. So if, you know, any government wanted to impose a moratorium on this identified I-2 heavy industrial zoning district, you would not be allowed to under the existing state law. That changed in mid-November during the special session when the governor signed the amendment which took Volusia County out of the effects of SB 250. So
Take, Mr. County Attorney, thank you. Take SB 250 out of the question. What would be the rule of thumb for enacting a moratorium? Would it be before prior pre-application meeting? Would it be before other municipalities enacted or changed their interlocal agreements in terms of service boundaries and utilities? What I understand, I want to make sure we're following process and we're not opening ourselves up.
There's no proper time. Ideally, you want to do it before an actual development permit has been issued.
Right.
A pre-application is not a development permit. It is a courtesy meeting. It's basically the same thing as if I sat down with you and I read our rules to you. That's what the purpose of a pre-app is for. It's a verification. What's the zoning district? What's the zoning in here? What's the say? You know, that's what the pre-apps are for. It's not a development permit.
But in a perfect scenario, yes, I would agree. But what I'm trying to get at and understand is the procedure for a moratorium. Granted, we can do this at any time, but is it the right time, or did that ship already sail? That's what I'm trying to establish. Should we have done this in the event SB 250 wasn't the case? Should we have done this earlier? You know, that's all I'm trying to weigh out here. So.
You have to have an identified issue because, you know, it wasn't until we determined, yes, our I-2 heavy industrial zoning district, when read, you know, if someone reads it, has this very large, very permissive statement in it. You know, that's something that I discovered. So it's up to your professional planning staff to determine, you know, is this compatible with the ordered growth of Volusia County? And if it's not, you know, the proper way to do it would be addressing it. And the purpose and moratoriums are a valid tool to keep the status quo in place while your professional planning staff goes and kind of addresses the identified issue. You know, ideally, the I-2 heavy industrial zoning district would have been more, you know, descriptive in the list of uses. That predates, I believe, any of us here in this building. So this is kind of the proper method to address that provision.
Okay, that's all I got for now.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clay, I see clarification here. Am I to understand that you're kind of looking at and cleaning up all the zoning and looking at them for chinks in the armor, similar to what we may have found here?
Yes,
Not
sir.
just I-2?
Yes, sir.
So is it safe to assume that although we're doing this maybe based on something that came to our attention, this would have been something that we probably would have been looking at through the normal course of business here?
Yes, sir.
if we have a moratorium, if the moratorium doesn't pass today and second reading, can we still perform the work in the study to determine before something happens that we may need some special exceptions or exempt some things, some of which we're probably not even thinking of yet?
With council's direction, yes.
Got it. Is part of this, we won't get into the study. I won't ask that. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Clay, before you go, just a couple quick questions. Going back to what Councilman Dempsey was talking about with 12 months, don't we really in effect have a 12-month moratorium now? If this passes?
If this passes, you have the option of up to a 12-month, yes.
Okay. You're not concerned about the time?
It's a time frame I have to work within.
Right. Okay. The other question, and I don't know if this is for you or Paolo, we've talked about assessing risk in this 9 to 12 month period. We're looking strictly at zoning, wherever I-2 zoning occurs. As part of that process, assessing the risk to surrounding neighborhoods as well. I've noticed that in the information that you sent us, some of the residential neighborhoods were zoned residential long before the I-2. So are you able to assess placement of I-2 as according to how it affects the safety and health of surrounding areas?
Yes, sir. That's part of the compatibility analysis your staff would carry out.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. This might be a question for the county attorney. Chairman and I, we voted for the Property Owner Bill of Rights, and this protects everybody, no matter what side of an issue. It's on the vcpa.vcgov.org. By adopting a moratorium, stuff that we voted on, right to acquire, possess, protect your property, right to use and enjoy your property, right to exclude others from your property, right to dispose of your property, right to due process, it's a big one, right to just compensation for property taken for public purpose, and probably one of the most important ones that we're all weighing out, the right to relief or payment of compensation when a new law, rule, regulation, or ordinance of the state or a political entity unfairly affects your property. How would, since we voted on that, this council or council adopted that or supported that,
So-
how would that affect our stance on property rights?
So that conference plan provision says you need to consider private property rights whenever you're making a decision, which you're doing right now. You're asking all the right questions.
Right.
Are we interfering with someone's property rights? How are we interfering with that? And those, with the moratorium, it is a temporary impact to someone's property rights. That's undeniable. But it's a tool. It's an allowable tool that you're allowed to use so long as you don't go too far and you use it responsibly and properly. And it doesn't say that you can't impact someone's property rights. It says if you do, you should know the consequences of it. Are you opening yourself up to risk? Yes. But it doesn't say you can't ever change your zoning or make it more restrictive. Right. It says to the elected body, when you are doing something, know what you're doing. Know that you're affecting property rights and know how much you're going to affect property rights.
And then there's a price tag with
Yes.
it. Okay. Would it, or is it within our purview, since if we do adopt a moratorium, is it within our purview to put a moratorium on their taxes? Because this was asked to me, I don't have an answer. put a freeze on that since that burden is being created. Are we
don't
ready
have
to step up?
jurisdiction over that type of taxes, and I don't believe you can specifically single out a property for ad valorem tax relief.
But you understand, I mean, I think it's a valid question. I would have that too if I was a property owner where this would affect me is, okay, government's coming in and possibly affecting or taking away my ability to do certain things, and this applies to everybody.
Well, that would be.
Why am I paying taxes on a piece of property that I can't do nothing with, or government is holding me back? I mean, it may not be legal, but is it fair? Okay, but you see what I'm saying? I have nothing further.
I would like to kind of clarify something in that the statement that you can't do anything with the property. There's nothing that prohibits the property owner from coming in and requesting a rezoning to PUD to an alternative use that would otherwise be allowed on the property. So the fact is that the moratorium is really just on the I-2 zoning as opposed to the development of that property itself with it. So there are options still available to the property owners.
Sure, but by right, though, that's the problem that we have. What we're dealing with is a situation by right. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Clay. Just want. There was a section, and I'm trying to find it here, so I'm going to paraphrase. I'm looking at our document here for the actual I-2 classification, but I'm going to paraphrase. There was an area that was very concerning for me, and maybe you can highlight it out more accurately, that in essence described permissible use of almost like if it's not listed here, then anything else.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's in the I-2 zoning under the permitted use category. It's the first thing listed saying any industrial use of land or structure is allowed unless otherwise identified as a special exception in the I-2, subject to compliance with Chapter 72-288 environmental standards.
That was one of the biggest points for me why I think a moratorium makes sense in this particular classification versus like I think Jake was asking, aren't you looking at everything and kind of, looking for tweaks? So that was a gaping hole for me. And that's why I think a moratorium saying, wait a minute, let's hold off on this and see how we want to address that hole for the public interest. And that's what I think drives me to saying I'm okay with treating this particular one as a moratorium as opposed to some other maybe land use code that pertains to fencing or something like that, right? So this rises to a certain level why I think we should do it. I'm in debate, Mr. Chair, and I apologize, but I just wanted to get on the record from Clay that language. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions from Councilman Johansson?
Yeah, one follow-on question for Paula, probably. The end result of this moratorium, should we, of all myriad of things we could do, let's say we add some things that are special exceptions that aren't there now, that still doesn't shield us automatically from Bert Harris claims. That just adds special exceptions to our I-2 zoning, but they can come back and say, well, when I bought the property, that special exception wasn't there. I shouldn't have to jump through those hoops. Is that correct?
Yes, they'd have to, a property owner would have to identify that they had a reasonable investment-backed expectations, and the action by the county resulted in an inordinate burden to those reasonable investment-backed expectations. So that's, once again, the laws aren't saying you can't change the zoning. It's know what you're doing, and there may be a risk to do so.
When we do, have we added special exceptions to other zoning other than I-2 in the past as a matter of administrative? And has that resulted in any Bert Harris type situations?
I can only speak to my term here.
Yeah, that's good enough.
And we have not made those significant of a changes to the zoning ordinance. I'm sure that there must have been something in the past that, as you have new types of uses coming on. And I do want to clarify something about a special exception. Is a special exception, according to law, is presumed to be approved unless there's proof that they don't comply with the criteria. And so the burden is really just the cost of going through the process to prove that you are in compliance with those criteria. So in regards to a diminution of realistic expectations on financial reward, it's really just the additional
The
effort.
administrative. And we've heard a few of those since we've been on council here, so.
Sir.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
Paulo, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on something. How many properties exactly are we talking about that are currently zoned I-2?
I believe there are 5 parcels,
Okay,
5 properties,
that's what I
5
thought.
parcels
So when Mr.
within the
when Danny-
unincorporated area. Right.
Unincorporated. So when Danny was talking to you earlier, though, it sounded like you were talking about a significantly more amount of properties that would be affected by this moratorium.
Potentially affected. As Clay stated, anyone can come in and ask for a rezoning to I-2 so long as they have the industrial underlying land use, which we have approximately 750 to 850 acres of industrial land use scattered throughout the county. So,
okay.
So as you know.
So it'd be a indirect effect, not
Yes,
necessarily.
so, any requested rezoning is a quasi-judicial hearing if they meet all the criteria and, there's evidence to support it. Usually, a quasi-judicial body should grant the rezoning. So that's kind of where, yes, these are 5 properties, but we're also examining it, how it would affect any industrial land use that may rezone to the I-2 heavy industrial zoning district.
Do we know if there's any current applications in that status right now? There aren't any?
No, sir.
There's none? Okay, that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. At this point, we don't have a motion and a second yet, but I'm guessing that the council would like to hear from the public. Before that happens, we do have several people that want to speak. And before I turn it back over to you, because it looks like you have to sit, let me make a quick announcement that there's a lot of people I was just told in the room waiting for item 9 and 10. I need to tell you that those items have been moved to the next council meeting. So if you're waiting for that, it's not going to happen today.
So
Paulo.
this is the first reading. So
Yes.
technically, unless you are changing the time of the second reading, or you are changing, any of the provisions in the moratorium, a motion and a second is not required.
We just need to set the time for the second reading.
Yes, you just announce the second date.
Okay, very good. Let's hear from the public. Steve Wonderly, followed by Robert Alton, followed by Patricia Franzem.
Good morning again. Steve Wonderly, Daytona Beach, also representing the Sierra Club. This time I'm up here largely to say thank you. Thank you for setting this process in motion at the November council meeting with a unanimous vote. And this morning I mainly want to ask you to continue to support this moratorium. The proposed ordinance summarizes the situation well, a couple of points drawn from it. One, the language which specifies allowable uses in the I-2 heavy industrial classification has not been reviewed or changed in many years and does not anticipate the evolution of the surrounding areas. Another point drawn from the proposed ordinance, a moratorium would provide the opportunity to study the current code with the intent of making changes that would ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the public, resulting in greater quality of life and increased property value for surrounding neighborhoods. So again, I'm asking you to continue to support the moratorium, and thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on this issue.
Okay. Robert Alton.
Good morning. My name's Robert Alton. I'm from Ormond Beach. And this is a very interesting process, and it looks to the simple mind that you're you're having to assess a couple of different issues. First of all, you're not a small rural county anymore, or you've always been a large county, but it's been more rural. Now you've got a lot of residential spread. And the other piece is you have to determine which is more important, the general public safety or the individual homeowners or the property owners' rights. So I respectfully urge your support for the 9-month moratorium on processing applications for development of the land currently zoned heavy industrial in Volusia County. It increases in population, and business in the county has been huge in the last 15 years. And what was very appropriate, I think, for heavy industrial years ago may not be appropriate now, which is what you are considering and batting around. Common sense dictates that the moratorium be approved to provide sufficient time for county staff to perform a thorough county-wide review. During the review, the staff could develop new guidelines for determining the suitability and desirability of all proposed heavy industrial uses within the county, and the costs of providing water and sewer service, as well as the impact of road usage for a heavy industrial area. Subjecting county residents, businesses, and recreation facilities to physical danger and environmental destruction must not be a part of the future growth of any in Volusia County. The negative impacts of heavy industrial sites on the general public can often outweigh the rights of the individual property owners. So good luck with your decisions. It's a very difficult one to make, but thank you for listening.
Patricia Franzem. And you will be followed by Sheila Lind.
Good morning. Patricia Franzem from Ormond Beach, Bear Creek Village, 55 older community, a quarter of a mile from Hull Road. So Happy New Year, guys. Okay. During the PLDRC meeting in December, the attorney for Belvedere mentioned that Belvedere has already spent a great deal of money on their Hull Road project. So think about this. When a person applies to a college, they need to complete an application and send in a fee. If they get called for an interview, they may buy new clothes and have travel expenses. An individual may spend a lot of money and then find out they were not accepted. They were not accepted because their application did not merit acceptance. Just because Belvedere has spent a great deal of money, that should not guarantee their plan. It doesn't meet community needs and doesn't merit acceptance. We have come a long way since August of 2023. The city of Ormond Beach has said that they will not provide utilities to 874 Hull Road. Police and fire departments have said that a fuel terminal would not be safe for our community. The school superintendent, mayors, business leaders, and the residents of Volusia County have clearly stated that a fuel terminal in Volusia County would only put lives in danger and destroy our quality of life. I support the 9-month moratorium, and I ask you to do so as well. Say no to heavy industrial, create walking trails, protect our water and animals. Please do the right thing and protect Volusia County. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just, I guess I'll call it a point. If we could, Mr. Chairman, if you can direct the audience, today's hearing is not about any specific project, right? And encourage them to speak for or against the moratorium. We're not here to speak about any one specific project. Please follow the guidance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, and that is true to everyone who wants to speak. We are considering a moratorium on all I-2 heavy industrial zoning. Sheila Lind.
Hi, Sheila Lind, Bear Creek Village, Ormond Beach. I have 3 points to make on the moratorium. regarding Belvedere bulk fuel storage. I guarantee you this is related. On the pre-planning meeting, planner notes, I read, based on what the applicants are looking to do, they don't actually need a rezoning, as the property is already I2/A2 in the airport overlay. In the Code of Ordinance, County of Volusia adopted in 1995, 29 years ago, zoning, supplementary regulations, airport protection overlay zone, prohibited uses, storage of explosive materials or any other use that could produce a major catastrophe as a result of an aircraft crash. How is bulk fuel storage a permitted use in the airport protected overlay zone? Next, I2 heavy industrial classification reads, no premises shall be used except for the following industrial uses, followed by any industrial uses or structures provided it meets the minimum environmental standards is not a permitted special exception. One sentence says no premises shall be used except for the following, and the next sentence says any industrial uses, followed by a list of 16 uses, but bulk fuel storage is not listed as a permitted principal use or as a permitted special exception. Your interpretation of this zoning classification is how bulk fuel storage is being allowed as a permitted use, correct? Also, in the Code of Ordinances, zoning, interpretation of uses and structures permitted. If a structure is not expressly permitted in any classification, the enforcement official should not permit such use or structure in the classification unless it is substantially similar to a use or structure otherwise permitted in the classification. Bulk fuel storage is not expressly permitted, nor is it substantially similar to any of the 16 permitted uses or the 23 permitted special exceptions, and therefore the enforcement official shall not permit it. Lastly, in the Code of Ordinances, land planning, effects on conflicting regulations. If any provision of this division is in conflict with any provision of any other county ordinance, resolution, or regulations, then the most strict shall apply. The most strict shall apply. In light of these 3 points, storage of explosive materials in the airport protection overlay zone, expressly permitted or substantially similar, conflicting regulations, I am formally requesting that Article 7, Code Enforcement, Section
Order, Chair.
2-343, Special
you.
Magistrate be retained to
Where's your point?
adjudicate matters subject to these ordinances,
Chair,
and the
thank you.
county.
Your
Thank you
time
for your
has
time.
Succeeded.
And Chairman, just to clarify the point, I just want to treat everybody equal. We've asked people to abide by the time. It's not fair to the 50, 60 other people to keep doing that, and I'd discourage it. Thank you.
Nancy Bates, followed by Celeste Mastrobueno.
Hi, Nancy Bates, Ormond Beach, Bear Creek Village. Want to remind you that indeed one of your first and your primary duty is to protect the safety of the citizens of Volusia County. I find it absolutely incredible that I2 classifications have happened recently, given the immense growth of Volusia County. It seems to me that this moratorium should have been in effect. Well, rather than the moratorium, we should be doing a regular updating of our I2 classifications, particularly in light of the immense growth. I have lived here only since 2016, and in 2016 I have seen beautiful, quiet areas, now residential. It seems to me that industrial classifications should have special attention given to them prior to you actually making that, to look at the safety and how it's going to impact the surrounding area. whatever that surrounding area seems to be. So I am in favor of the moratorium. I think I'm incredulous that it hasn't already happened, that you're not updating these things on a pretty regular basis, given the growth and the quickness of the growth. Not only do you have to look at the safety of the citizens, but also of our environment. That's a part of your requirements. And we are going to hold you accountable for doing that. And we need your help and assistance in making sure that everyone's rights are being looked after and the safety of everyone is, in fact, your primary goal. Thank you.
Celeste Master Bueno, followed by Nick Dancescu.
Probably Nick Argusa. I'm Celeste Mastrobuono. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a Bear Creek resident since 2006, and I love my community and the quiet that comes with it. But I have noticed there is more commercial noise coming within the area as companies are expanding. Early morning brings trucks with beeping noises, diesel fuel smells, the working noises of banging and clanking at 6 o'clock in the morning as I walk my dog. I am asking that you keep this as a light industrial, keep the heavy industrial out of our area, and I would hate to see anything larger coming to our area to create even more nuisance to our quiet community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, you'll have to tell us your last name correctly.
It's Nick Doncaesco. I'm with Gray Robinson's Property Rights and Land Use Litigation Group, and I'm a representative of Belvedere Terminals here today. First, we'd request that this particular item be moved from what it's currently being used or being heard as to a quasi-judicial forum, because this does affect only 5 properties, as you've heard, and not only does it affect only 5 properties, there's only one property that I'm aware of that is undeveloped at this time, and that's the Belvedere parcel. So it's very clear to us what's going on here, and we think the quasi-judicial rules and order should be applied to this. We'd also request that Belvedere be deemed a substantially affected party in that subsequent hearing that needs to be had on this, so that we can present a full case on why this moratorium is improper. That being said, I want to reincorporate all of the verbal and written submissions from the PLDRC that we presented in December, and a few things that I wanted to add before the commission today. I think it's undisputed, and the commission would agree, that the use Belvedere is proposing is allowed in the I-2 zoning and has been for a long time. It's undisputed that the adjacent uses are either heavy industrial, like concrete manufacturing, intense commercial warehousing, or are vacant. It's undisputed that staff has confirmed in pre-app meetings and on multiple occasions in written correspondence and documents to the council that that Belvedere that all this is true, that it is in fact allowed. The pre-app notes from June of 2022 in your packet makes this clear. Staff said, quote, based on what the applicants are looking to do, they don't actually need a rezoning as the property is already I-2A2 in the airport protection overlay, as they are looking at developing rail freight terminal for distribution of oil, fuel, and propane. There are no other undeveloped I-2 properties other than this single parcel in the county. So what exactly does staff need this moratorium to study? Staff did not request this moratorium, council did. This is simply the latest in a variety of different attempts by the council and the city of Ormond Beach to stand in the way of this project and deprive the applicants of their property rights. As you know, we submitted a site plan before you passed the moratorium. In response, the county staff sent an email that said, county staff cannot accept and process the conceptual site plan application at this time, citing that on November 21st, the Volusia County Council publicly directed the manager and the county attorney to review and analyze potential changes to the list of permitted and special exception uses. So if the moratorium is already in place, why are we here? What are you voting on? What the county has here is an unnoticed, back in November, vote to stop accepting and processing development applications with no quasi-judicial protections, no notice, 2 days before Thanksgiving. So the Bert Harris issue that you've heard about a lot today, we'll get to that. But what we're here today to talk about on this moratorium.
Chairman, point of
Thank
order.
you.
Again, I would request.
I
that-
can guess what your point is.
can.
Your time has exceeded. Thank you very much.
I would, again, request that this be removed
Thank
to a
you.
quasi-judicial forum. and
Chairman,
that we
point of
deem-
Your
order.
time is
again.
exceeded. Virginia Agrusa, you are next.
Hi, I'm Virginia Grusa from Ormond Beach.
Yes.
Which one? This one's good.
Both of them are good.
All right, listen, I'm for the moratorium because I think we need time to investigate everything and do everything we need to do. But I want to address something before when Danny Robbins was talking and he was worried about them losing, the areas losing money or the taxes. And I just want to say, we shouldn't have a heavy industrial in a big residential area. All of Volusia has become residential. It isn't safe with all the homes all around. I'm not talking one area, I'm talking all of Volusia. And you're worried about, we can't sell our homes, none of us, because people are worried about this heavy. We have so many homes for sale, and last year, like my neighbor bought the house for $139,000. They can't sell it for $1. No one will buy in an area that is going to be near heavy industrial. Our taxes went up from $90,000 to $700,000 last year. So, you're talking about a moratorium on taxes for the areas that are zoned to that because of the moratorium? How about our moratorium on taxes? We both have problems here, all of us. And I'm sorry, we have the right to be safe and to be able to sell our home. Everyone does. That's why I think we need this moratorium for a little bit longer so we can start investigating and doing surveys and whatever to see what is safe in each area. Thank you.
Nikki Maniscalco, followed by Bernice Wilson, followed by Karen Delisle.
Thank you for listening to me. I am in complete agreement with my friends here at Bear Creek. My name is Nikki Maniscalco. I live at 112 Grizzly Bear Path. I'm not going to talk about all those things. I just want to bring up two things. Jeff, recently you were at the Clubhouse 2 in Bear Creek. 2 years ago, as I sat getting ready for an event, there was a gigantic explosion. Gigantic. The whole building shook. And what that was lightning hitting the Spectrum box on the back of my home. The whole neighborhood was, we called the police, we called the fire department. We thought, well, maybe it was a transformer. Didn't think anything, went about my evening, went home the next day. I lost all the electrical lines through my home and all of my appliances. So that, at the cost of not having the deductible on the insurance, of course I had to pay for everything. I was without a oven and a dishwasher for months because I just couldn't afford it. That was one thing I wanted to bring up to you. So when you say that it could be safe, God knows that's not true. It could happen at any moment, at any time, and a place like that, if that ever exploded, that gives me fear beyond words. I can't even begin to tell you how that frightens me, because I've been through it already. The second thing is, yesterday at 3:15, I was coming out of a hair salon, and the traffic was backed up for 4.5 miles because one train broke down on the railroad tracks. And as we sat there and people illegally jumped over the dividers to get out of this mess, and people were honking at each other and cursing at each other as to, I'm going here, that is the kind of chaos that will happen if we have all these trucks coming into Volusia County in a zoning that is just ridiculous for what is going on there now. Change has happened, which means you all have to affect change. Without change, all of us are going to be unhappy. It's a moratorium so that we can discuss these things. And finally, I have 39 seconds. I was the training coordinator for Pan American, World Airways, and Delta Airlines for 40 years. I have extensive experience in aircraft scheduling and things of that nature. The ceilings for these small little jets that are at the municipal airport that is next door to where all of these things are happening is going to create a situation that if a plane goes down there, you might as well kiss the whole area goodbye. So we're not talking about Belvedere, but we are talking about Belvedere. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. There are too many things that could happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Carissa Green, has everybody lost the timer on their monitor? I'm wondering if this monitor has a timer on it, because I've lost mine. There's one on the big screens, but. Okay. Is it on it's on this screen? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the people speaking can see the timer. Bernice.
Wilson from Bear Creek in Ormond Beach, and I don't think I could speak for 3 minutes and stay without my knees knocking. Just please use this moratorium time to investigate everything thoroughly so that you can do your best job to protecting our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Delisle, followed by Ilana Kraft.
Good morning, Council. I support the proposed moratorium and support extending the moratorium from 9 months to 12 months. I'm a retired RN and was often the charge nurse who was responsible for taking care of the patients and the staff. If an employee does something that harms a patient, was my responsibility to attend to, protect the patient, just as you were elected to protect the citizens of Volusia County. You were sworn into your office to protect and serve all the county, but especially the children and the elderly, not just those hoping to make a profit by locating their businesses on an ill-suited site. If you need more time to investigate the safety of our community and our community members, take it. The ball is in your court. This is the time for intelligent leadership. You promised it, you were elected for it, and now is the time to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ilana Kraft, followed by John Nicholson.
Good morning. I am here today because while we are moving in the right direction, we have not reached our destination. The next few months will be critical in our efforts to stop the fuel farm, and more importantly, to ensure that this does not happen again. I was encouraged by the Planning Board's unanimous vote in support of the moratorium. I was even more encouraged by their urgency to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. They heard our pleas, they saw the fear in our eyes, and they acknowledged that the charter directs the county to prevent the development or use of land or any other acts by persons, partnerships, or corporations which will tend to destroy or have a substantially adverse effect. At that planning meeting, Mr. Clay Irvin said something that really stuck with me and highlights the importance of this issue. He said, and I quote, "This is heated up because of a specific application, but regardless of that application, we have a use that is so open-ended that we don't even understand what the ramifications are. Not just for a particular site, this also applies to up to 1,000 acres throughout Volusia County that have industrial land use where the I-2 can be applied for." So he said, we have this broad-based permitted use. We're going to have to start identifying what are appropriate uses, special exceptions, conditional uses, and looking at it holistically. That's the key word. This has hit the trigger point because of this one application, but it has ramifications throughout the county. We want to make sure we get it right this time, end quote. Please get it right this time. 3 years after my current house was built in Ormond Lakes, among hundreds of others, this was in 2003, the county changed the zoning of Hull Road, which is less than half a mile away, And for the gentleman that used the kilometers, that's 0.98 kilometers away, they changed it to heavy industrial. And that was 3 years after my house and hundreds of other homes were built in Ormond Lakes. Well, they got it terribly wrong, and it is your responsibility to get it right. And in the case that you had any doubts that fuel farms and residential neighborhoods don't mix, I recently found out that the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development has a regulation in place that prohibits any HUD-assisted projects from being placed within close proximity to any current or planned stationary above-ground fuel storage facilities. And this distance is increased depending on the volume of flammable products stored, which in this case we know is at least 13 million gallons. Mr. Clay went on to say that there is a possibility that you, the county council, will choose to keep this open-ended list of permitted uses for the land at Hull Road, which would leave open the possibility of any and all hazardous operations to destroy our way of life. Mr. Robbins has
Thank
already
you.
indicated that he is concerned about the moratorium,
Thank you,
and I
Ms.
hope he's
Graff.
the only one. Thank you.
John Nicholson, followed by Charles McDonald.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. I think I'm the only person, well, one gentleman who works for the company, who opposes the moratorium. It is something that we should have done 5 years ago. I like renewing, looking at things every 5 years. I don't like it going on forever. So we're talking about something that we wanted in the 50s, in the 60s, and the 70s. That's a long time ago. We've grown. We should have changed this. We should have looked at where we can put heavy industry. I want as much heavy industrial land as we can get, but just not right here, all right? I like the idea that you're looking at it. I support this moratorium because we should have done it 20 years ago. We should have done it 10 years ago. We should have done it 5 years ago. We're running late. We're running behind. The city has changed, the county has changed, the nation has changed. This is needed. The fuel facility is absolutely needed. The question is where. We have 5 sites they're speaking of, only one that it can possibly go in. Daytona Beach went through this 20 years ago. They didn't want piercing, they didn't want tattoo, they didn't want adult clubs, so they rezoned to one location way out in the middle of nowhere by the jail. And it came back and bit them in the butt. We need more locations, not fewer. You have to be wise about the location. So this moratorium gives you the opportunity to look at where heavy industry makes sense. So I'm asking you to vote for this moratorium and to look at it wisely on where we want not only this zoning, but all zoning. So I'm asking you to support the moratorium and to look at more industrial sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles McDonald, and you will be followed by our final speaker, Catherine Pante.
Hi there. Yancey McDonald, residents here of Volusia County, here to speak against the moratorium. This, my hat's off to you guys, but it's a tough one for y'all, but it's a direct violation of my property rights for what I'm trying to do in my business, and I know it looks bad if everybody keeps looking up in Ormond, but I'm looking at other areas in my business. It will directly affect us and our business, so I'm asking you to consider not to pass this thing. Like I said, I know it's a tough one, but directly affects other people other than just the fuel cell that are trying to do business and within the county. So it leaves myself and probably others to seek legal action against the county, and I think it's a huge liability for you guys if you do pass this. You've already heard that. We got zoning and regulations in place now, and it's coming against our, the property rights that exist here now. We have plenty stringent. There's a lot of hoops that these guys have got to go through. They just don't go in and put a fuel cell in. It's roads, there's all kind of things that's happened that the general public don't know that they have to do, regulations that we have to abide by to put this stuff in. So I'm asking to reconsider, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Catherine Pante, and you will be followed by the final speaker, Connie Colby.
Good morning, Council. The county has a duty to protect the property rights as well as human lives of all residents of Volusia County. The county does not owe or have a duty to protect a corporation, especially corporations with sketchy safety records. I have reiterated in previous council meetings the county has an obligation under the county charter to prevent this development or any development that can substantially have an adverse effect on the environment of the county. 2022 does not say may. It clearly says shall prevent the development or use of land by persons, partnerships, or corporations which will tend to destroy or have a substantially adverse effect. This project not only meets but exceeds this criteria. It is clear the charter was written with forethought to protect our environment. In fact, our charter was in place long before FEC requested the zoning change to this property in 2006. I disagree with a 12-month extension as presented by a councilman today. This extension makes this political, and the residents need to know that they are safe from these forms of dangerous developments. There is no use by right due to any corporation or persons. Our charter is clear. These projects are not compatible with our charter or any future use. I encourage each council member to vote yes on this moratorium so the county can get to work on eliminating I-2 heavy industrial zoning county-wide, not just in this location, but any location that could be potentially changed to I-2 zoning. Sick. In closing, I was unable to use my rental property due to flood and hurricane damage. Can I and every homeowner who flooded in our county get a break on our taxes for the past year? Since this single councilman brought up giving a corporation a tax break. Thank you.
Connie Colby.
Good morning, Connie Colby, Ormond Beach. This is some information I found in looking around about this kind of activity. In Florida, the pending ordinance doctrine holds that a building permit or development order application established on or after the date when a local government has publicly declared its intent to change its zoning scheme may be denied or held until after the enactment of the new zoning ordinance. The policy behind the doctrine is to prevent developers from entering into a race of diligence to try to obtain a permit before the local government can complete its zoning ordinance. Local governments are free to change their land use scheme to protect the health, safety, and welfare of their citizens. While there are provisions in place to protect private property rights, the purchase of land does not by itself give the landowner a right to rely on existing zoning. Most courts hold that even if a landowner has obtained a permit, unless the permit holder's rights to the permit has vested, the permit holder does not have legally protected rights, generally referred to as a vested right to the permit against zoning change. No Florida court has specifically upheld the legality of a building permit moratorium, nor is there specific authority to Florida local governments to enact a building permit moratorium. Recently, there are moratoriums in Alachua County, Palm Bay, Doral City, Monroe County, and Pasco County, to name a few. Some reasons for these are the lack of concurrency, whether the permit would fit into the neighborhood, public health and safety, and the negative impact on the infrastructure of the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. That will bring it to debate by the council. I need a motion at this point to announce the second reading on January 16th, 2024, at a time no sooner than 5:01 p.m. Is anyone prepared to make that motion?
Can I ask a question first, Mr. Chair? I know we're in
Yes.
debate, and I want to go into debate and motion right away, but I don't know if you want to allow me
You
to
can
do
ask
that.
a question, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clay. There was some testimony from a law firm that mentioned that this is a vacant lot, only one vacant lot. So it's a two-part question. And I think he mentioned that this won't affect any other of the parcels over there. I think I'm paraphrasing his statement. But is it accurate? Is that an accurate description? Because I believe there may be some infrastructure work on this parcel that he's referencing. And also, this affects the other parcels also from coming in and doing a change of intensity also. It's just not just one parcel if this moratorium goes in place. Is that correct?
Well, let me play out the scenario. If you have a parcel that has an existing structure and use on it, and it's zoned I2, we go through the analysis and we determine that that use is not going to be allowed anymore, it would be a legal non-conforming use. It would be allowed to continue on. However, expansion would not be allowed. And if it was destroyed beyond 75% of the value, they could not reconstruct. So it's not like this is isolated on a single parcel. What it is affecting not only those parcels that have the current I2, but as we referenced, the other properties that do have industrial land use or land use that would otherwise allow I2 zoning.
Correct. So it's much more broader as far as effect. And the comment was made also that quasi-judicial, yeah, it's probably a Apollo question.
That's Alan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Apollo, this is not a quasi-judicial, this is legislative in manner, and it doesn't have the same procedural requirements. Is that correct?
Well, that's what the moratoriums are generally legislative in nature. We are doing a moratorium on all of the I2 heavy industrial zoning district. It just happens that there's 5 current parcels in the unincorporated area. A few parcels have been annexed in or have been rezoned, but we are affecting the entirety of the I2 heavy industrial. We are following the same process as if you would change the list of allowable uses in a zoning district. That's why you are in the 2-hearing format. That's why we went to PLDRC, because we're following that legislative process to enact this moratorium, and we're going to have to follow the same legislative process when we are making potential changes to the I2 heavy industrial zoning district.
So no quasi-judicial process is required, correct?
Not when we're doing
this time.
Yes.
What we're doing today. And Mr. Chair and members, I'll go into debate and maybe make a motion. I'm glad another gentleman spoke, and I appreciate you coming here to share your thoughts. For me, this particular issue is very broad because I've been able to see that, in my opinion, we have a gaping hole in the I2 classification that's not specific, in my opinion, to any one particular project. It is so broad that I think it serves a public nuisance or public safety issue of what could happen, right? Not specific to any one project. But because of that, that's why I'm in favor of the moratorium, to see how we can better address that as a county as a whole, and maybe identify other areas. I don't know. So with that, Mr. Chair, again, not specific. It looks like we have other property owners also that this may affect. So thank you for coming here today. I think you being here actually helps the overall cause in many ways, and you testifying. But I think we should support this moratorium. I think the timeline that we have already in place, I was at first supportive of extending it. I don't think we have to, and we should. And I want to add, probably someone may consider negative, but I want to remind my colleagues, I know people have talked about the elections coming up. Keep this out of any of the elections against or for our colleagues here. I'm talking, not talking to you, I'm talking to us, all right? Let's deal with this administratively and properly and keep it out of that, so the public doesn't think that we're doing anything based on politics. And I'm not saying anybody is, but let's try to, out of abundance of caution, stay away from it. And Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the moratorium as proposed and originally. You need specific language. I see the attorney jumping up.
Yeah.
It's just to announce the second.
Oh.
On January 16th.
And schedule the second hearing for January 16th.
2024 at a time no sooner than 5:01 p.m.
There you go. Thank you for adding that. I accept that.
Chairman, I'll gladly second that motion.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Santiago to announce the second reading on January 16th, 2024 at a time no sooner than 5:01 p.m. And the second was by Vice Chair Kent. And for debate, Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, am I allowed to ask Paulo a question as well?
Paulo, are you taking more questions?
I'm here at the pleasure of the council.
You just asked as more of a follow-up than anything to David's question to you, but these attorneys, I take it from Gray Robinson. Okay, they're no dummies. That's a gorilla of a law firm. They're saying that we should be in a quasi-judicial forum and not sitting as we are today. How sure are you that we are not supposed to be in a quasi-judicial forum?
Moratoriums are because of the way we're implementing it on the entirety of the I-2, it is legislative in nature. We're targeting an entire zoning district. There just only happens to be 5 parcels currently zoned that, but we are concerned about the language and the permissiveness of the zoning district language itself, which, as we stated, it can happen today on any of these 5 parcels if we remove the moratorium, or if you don't go forward, and if we, remove the pending ordinance doctrine. And it could happen if someone rezones any industrial land use parcel to I-2 heavy industrial. So we're both looking at the existing zoning as well as any future potential rezonings to I-2. That's the broad swath and the amount of properties that we have to potentially consider, in my opinion, turns that into a legislative process. And unless we are specifically, moratoriums are generally legislative in nature anyway, because it's a blanket moratorium on a large category of the entirety of the zoning district. So that's what we're targeting. We're targeting the zoning district itself. We're following the process that is attached to the changing the list of allowable uses in a zoning district, rather than rezoning a singular piece of property. If we were rezoning a singular piece of property, yes, we would be in a quasi-judicial format.
Okay, thank you, Paulo. I take it, I don't know, I'm not allowed to ask questions of the attorneys for Belvedere. So I'm just going to say this is the first I'm hearing about this, about that we should be in a different setting. And I take it that the attorneys disagree with Paulo's interpretation of where we should be. So I'm going to vote no to anything unless we continue this. You guys voted on this. I wasn't here. This wasn't agended. So in all fairness to the applicants, I think that we should continue this and bring it back as an agenda item and let them at least talk about how we should be sitting. Are we even doing this the right way? I mean, Gray Robinson, I mean, if they have a valid point that we should be sitting quasi-judicial, I'd like to at least hear them out before we do any type of voting. So I'm going to move to, I'm a no unless we move to continue this agenda and give these guys a chance to make their pitch to us why we should be sitting in a different forum before we go forward with anything. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins?
Thank you, Chairman. And I think, Don, thank you. But I think I also owe it to the public to explain my points of view and why I asked some of the questions that I asked. Carissa, can you put up that email I sent you? Folks, there's a social media post, and we've been sitting in this hearing today saying not to talk about certain things and liability and not targeting certain people and why we're here, to eliminate or protect the safety and the risk of all parties in this and all people on all sides. But we cannot do that if we're not taking the advice that we're giving to the public. And I'll read a social media post by the chairman. Please share this news segment. We need as much visibility as we can to drive our message home that Belvedere's utter disrespect for our community will not be tolerated. Even more outrageous, some of our very own elected officials, i.e. myself, have not explicitly denounced this project. Well, there's a reason. You've heard all the testimony today of that reason. So, with that being said, I don't know how we can technically continue with voting on a moratorium when this process is obviously tainted and going to expose us in black and white of no fault to this board, of no fault to the community, but the fault of others. But to put us at this amount of risk is insane. And the people deserve to know why. So here we are. This is why I cannot support this moratorium, because the ship has sailed and you people are getting played. I want Volusia County to be... Chairman?
Okay.
Chairman, point of
Order.
order.
We need,
Chairman, point of order.
we need order in the chambers. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's everybody maintain their composure, and we'll have a
It is
sane discussion.
It is my obligation and my fiduciary responsibility to be transparent. And that's what this is. But I want to be known for a refuge for citizens, businesses, and sanity, not recklessness and political poker with taxpayers' safety and dollars. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. This is, for me, a property rights issue, and for, I'm seeing shaking heads before I even start. Thank you very much for telling us about how you bought your home 3 years before the zoning change. So for me, that's a property rights issue. This person bought their home, and I'm sure this person did their research and realized that they weren't in an immediate area close to I-2 zoning, because everybody does their due diligence before we buy our homes. We know well what can be built around us. We don't act without doing our due diligence. So, and now she's got I-2 next to her. On the other side of the coin, FEC bought a property that was, as I understand it, A2, I believe, and did a zoning change successfully to I-2 in 2006. As an average citizen, I would think it was safe to assume that a property that's within X amount of miles from or feet in this case from a railroad track that can have a spur that's adjacent to other I-2 or I-1 might have something of a distribution center of some sort built on it. So I think that's a property right issue too, that there's somewhat of an assumption. I also know that a majority of the people, based on the research I've done so far with the property appraiser, that most of the people that live in the vicinity, with the exception of one or two subdivisions, have moved in and occupy their properties there post 2006. So that I-2 zoning was there before they moved in. And I know they did due diligence too and knew they were moving in next to I-2. So so those people in these I-2 zoning areas that we're discussing, and I haven't even looked at the 700 acres of possible I-2 zoning, have a reasonable expectation that something's going to be built there. My problem and my concern and why I want the moratorium is, as I mentioned at the beginning, I kind of grew up in an area next to fuel tanks on military bases, so I'm not as worried about that as some others, but I understand the worry. It's the things that I don't know about that could come in there that I'm not aware of. I got the fuel farm piece. I don't have whatever, lithium battery storage, other dangerous things that I'm not even thinking about. And that's why I think the study needs to be done, whether it's under the auspices of a moratorium or the moratorium doesn't pass on first reading, and we go ahead with the study as anyhow, because I think it's important that we, as another member of the public said, I think it's important that we look at what I-2 zoning is. And lastly, in closing, folks, in order to maintain a good tax base, we need diversification. Part of that is I-2 zoning. If you get rid of I-2 zoning, which some have mentioned, the Space Coast isn't coming up here. We're not going to get high-paying jobs. People are going to be gentrified out of here, and if you ain't making a lot of money, you ain't living in Volusia County. And I don't think that's what we want, because we want diversification of public too. We want all kinds of people from all walks of life down here to make our county as vibrant and as exciting as it is now, if not more so. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. I support the moratorium. I want us to vote for the second reading today. I don't think that we should delay. I think it's too important for all the people in Volusia County, for the people that have continued to come here. And Councilman Robbins, you can use my post as an excuse to not vote against it, but I've always been very transparent about this, as have other members of this council, as has the entire Ormond Beach City Commission. So there's no transparency issues, and I do have opinions. But today we are looking at targeting an entire zoning district. And several people from the public have said, John Nicholson said it, other speakers, that we should have done this before. Well, now we're doing it. Sometimes you don't know what's coming up. This is a really good time to look at all of the I-2 zoning in the county and make changes if we need to. That will be discovered through this process of evaluating, studying, looking at the different properties. But what it really does is considers everybody's private property rights. Not just your home, not just one business, but everybody's private property rights. That's what our county charter requires, that we protect your health and safety, the health and safety of the environment. That's our chief responsibility. And I hope that we will do that today and that we will pass this on to a second reading. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, you almost had me there. You're pretty good at this, by the way. And I just wanted to, because when I absorbed it more, I wanted to share with you at one point. However, I respect the fact that you weren't here when we first wrote that, and I respect your vote. But I think where there may be some issue is that, I think you mentioned the forum for the attorney that spoke here today. But I think we're in the proper setting. I just wanted to put that on the record, because we're in the proper setting. This is purely legislative, the decision that we're making here today. That's why, when we have our hearings, sometimes we have those quasi-judicial disclosures in the beginning, because by statute, we're required to do that. When it comes to legislative policy, there is no, lack of a better term, protections under a quasi-judicial. So I feel comfortable making that vote. And so your comments were taking me like, wait a minute, he's on something. But and then evaluating legislative and quasi, they really are different. And certainly, I'm guessing by the fact that they're here, then we may wind up getting to a quasi or some other type of more official proceedings, that they're here speaking, taking lots of notes. But I think we're in proper posture here to vote for that. And so I just wanted to ask that. And then, Mr. City Attorney, Chairman, am I County Attorney? Yes, it's city. Wow, I'm going way back. Jesus. Yeah, no, I'm going way back to 2003.
I was excited. I thought you were speaking to somebody else.
I'm considering making a motion to amend the date for the second reading. Does that put us in any harm legally? Considering changing it to February 6th. Does that put you in any positions?
I would need a motion by majority plus one to, I'm assuming it's going to be the February 6th, which is a day meeting, and you want it to be heard during the day.
That is correct.
Then
I just want to make sure that procedurally or technically doesn't cause any problems with any underlying procedures.
It would delay the formal enactment, but once again, we're operating under two things. We're operating under the pending ordinance doctrine, and to put a time frame and timeline on ourselves. We're also requesting, we're directed to do a moratorium, so we're operating on both. If you are changing it to the February 6th, I would need a motion for both the date and a motion for the time to have it before 5 o'clock. So.
Okay, but staff can continue to do their work in the meantime, correct?
Yes, we are doing the work for the I-2 zoning district as we speak.
I got you.
We're just
Okay, just want to make sure I didn't trip anybody up.
And Polly, you can correct me if you see it differently. You'd be looking to amend the motion.
Correct.
On the floor now. We scheduled the first and second reading of the moratoria both in January, the soonest available meeting date, just so we could, I think it strengthens our position to be able to say we have the moratorium in effect. Paul is correct that until we adopt the moratorium, we would be relying on the pending ordinance doctrine. Should not process applications and the like.
And is there limitations on the pending doctrine, pending ordinance doctrine?
Well, it's case law created, and we have to actively be working on it, and there's no set time frame on the pending ordinance doctrine. So that potentially puts us outside of the 12-month provision. The moratorium is another tool to make property owners aware we are doing this. We've got this time frame that we're.
Okay. So we're still working under that protection.
Yes, but
okay.
it's always good to have backups.
Sure. With that explanation, thank you, Mr. Attorney. I'd like to amend my motion to make the second reading on February 6th before 5 p.m. Before or after 5 p.m. Sorry, thank you, David.
It was have to be before, because normally we have
That's
to
right, before 5
advertise
p.m.
after, so it would just be at February 6th.
Before 5 p.m.
Before 5 p.m.
I'll amend it to February 6th before 5 p.m. I want to make it a day meeting.
Chairman, as the seconder of the original motion, I'm okay with that change.
Okay, let's deal with the amendment first, because I don't
think it requires a vote on the amendment, as long as the seconder of
It does. We need a vote on the amendment because the statute requires a majority plus one vote to have this type of hearing to be heard prior
But,
to 5 p.m.
Mr. Chair, if I could, and I didn't appreciate this when Mr. Santiago first raised it, the motion to approve the moratoria was made by Mr. Santiago.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been restated
Correct.
by the chair yet. If you wanted to just withdraw your motion and start anew, you can do that as well if the second has no objection.
Correct, but I was still in proper posture. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
I did it.
But that might be a cleaner approach if you wish.
I want to make sure you didn't think I made a mistake.
Okay. So what is your?
I'll withdraw
you
the
can-
motion at guidance and remake a motion to approve the moratorium and schedule the second reading on February 6th before 5 p.m.
And I'll second.
Okay, so the same motion, David Santiago still makes the motion, Troy Kent makes the second, and we have a question from Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. And David, I was hoping to put this out there before the vote, so thank you. Mr. Apollo and Mr. Irvin, is there, I hear all valid, not complaints, but concerns from Ms. Pante and some other members of the crowd. Is there another way we can address these concerns, whether it be the traffic, I've heard public safety, because what I'm trying to do is, based on the information that we have now, minimize the risk at this point, which can determine my vote. But is there another process where we can still accomplish the same thing, but minimize the risk of going through with the moratorium or voting on the moratorium? Does that make sense? Is it through the site plan process? Is it through another process that we don't know about? I'm trying to triage this mess. So
If a moratorium is not implemented and the I-2 zoning remains as is, someone has the right to make an application for a site plan in order to develop the site. That is necessary. They cannot get any building permits until that is done. As part of the site planning process, there's a review of all of the factors you've talked about. Impacts of wetlands, stormwater, they have to provide proof that they can meet fire safety, those types of things. Those are all in our code. It does not necessarily assure that the use is compatible. It does not necessarily assure that the use will not be permitted. What it does is it simply puts in place the conditions that they have to follow to get through there. Now, if complying with our rules and regulations results that they cannot develop the site as they wish and they can't utilize it as they wish, that's a different issue. But there are right now in our site planning process and in our code of ordinances a variety of different requirements that pertain to life safety and public welfare.
now, by going that route, County Attorney, would that have any reduction in liability given the circumstances and the testimony we heard today?
It's just our normal process.
Okay.
It's you know, that they would be in quasi-judicial because they're just following our land development code and the sheer and, you know, black and white application of our code. And if they can't develop the site, they can't develop the site.
So in other words, in plain terms, non-attorney terms, it is of less risk to go through the plan or process than to do a moratorium, yes or no?
A moratorium always carries more risk than just following what the existing code is at the time. Because you're not changing anything, you're just applying your code.
Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
So if you could stay up there, is there any harm to continuing this so that we could hear about this possibly having to be in front of a quasi-judicial forum as opposed to where we are today?
Well, we're just you would be delaying the effectiveness of the moratorium, and you would just be relying upon the pending ordinance doctrine to keep the status quo in place. Because that's the purpose of the moratorium, is to keep everything status quo until there is, you know, a decision on the I-2 heavy industrial zoning district on to address the, you know, any industrial use is allowed under I-2. I mean, those are the purposes of both the moratorium and the pending ordinance, to keep things stable until a decision on the zoning district is rendered. And so delaying the moratorium would be, you know, us only relying upon this judicially created doctrine rather than a legislative statement from the governing body is the risk. Because the moratorium is, it's your ordinance. It's your legislative priority to say, hey, for this period of time, we're going to keep the status quo in place. We're not going to accept anything.
I'm just saying, if we left things status quo, continued this, be able to hear from the applicant's attorneys about why this should be in a different setting. What's the harm in that?
You would be delaying the moratorium. You would be
It's
delaying.
already
the-
in place, right?
Well, we're depending.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
if I could, because I think
Yeah.
Yes, please,
helpful.
County Attorney.
The motion on the floor has postponed the adoption of the moratorium for one more meeting. You have a letter in this packet dated December 20th from the Gray Robinson firm, which is attached to the agenda item. They came and spoke today. They're free to speak again, and they're free to supplement this letter if they wish. Before you would adopt. So that does give an adequate opportunity for them to relay their opinion. They've already done so, and I would assume they gave their complete thoughts in their December 20th letter, but if there's something they want to add to it, they're free to do so.
So you're saying that even if we pass this today, we vote for the moratorium today, this could still be undone and they could still be given the opportunity
So
to be
just to be clear, and Paula, you can correct me, you have a 2-reading ordinance, so you're technically approving it as the motions reads on first reading, but you're not adopting it. You will not be adopting it until second reading. So it's not, has not taken, you have not approved the ordinance until your second hearing. It has to come before you twice.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. I hope that we will pass this today. I'm really not for postponing it until February 6th, but I understand your reasoning, and I will support that as long as we keep going. I think what we've learned in this process is that we were maybe caught off guard with I-2 zoning and how our neighborhoods have changed, how the county has grown. We are a growing county, and we should be looking at zoning all over. In fact, we do almost every meeting that we have. We'll have a zoning issue come up, and we will vote to change a zoning on a particular property. I think this is a wise way to do it, to target an entire zoning district, look throughout unincorporated Volusia, and see what we need to do. I think this gives us time to do that. So I'm hoping that this council will vote for the motion, which is to hold the second reading, February 6, 2024, no sooner than 5 p.m. County,
Just to restate,
no later
Mr.
than
Chair,
5.
no,
Before 5 p.m.
Before, it'll be held before 5 p.m.
And it can be held anytime before.
Yes,
5
I just
p.m.
need the motion so that we will advertise the second meeting for the usual 9:30 time frame on February 6th. I just need the motion from majority plus one to hold it before 5 p.m.
Okay. With that said, all in favor, February 6, 2024, before 5 p.m. You better call the roll. I'm not sure where we are.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
No.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
No.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. And the second reading motion is passed 5-2. Thank you, Paulo. Okay, one other piece of business before we go on. I mentioned that 9 and 10 have been propose to be continued, a little bit premature because I need a vote on that to to make that happen. So if the council would make a motion to postpone items 9 and 10 to be continued to the January 16th, 2024 council meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend we open up items 9 and 10 and propose that both be continued to January 16th, no sooner than 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilman Johansson, second was by Councilman Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries 7 to, are we all up here? Yes, 7-0. Okay. And you're all ready for lunch? It is.
Yeah, well.
You see what's happening? Okay. It's 11:43. We're going to take is everybody all right back there? Did somebody pass out? Did we have an EMT or a paramedic in the house?
All right.
We can take a short recess. if
Yeah.
you'd like.
We're going to take a lunch break anyway, so at 11:44, we will be back at 12:30.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, it's 12:32. We will commence. We have a majority up here. We are on item 6, a proposed vacation of a portion of J.H. Bodine subdivision.
Good afternoon, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. The petitioners have requested that we vacate a portion of Livingston Avenue and Madison Place rights-of-way. The rights-of-way are 50 feet wide. Neither one is improved. There were no objections from the adjacent neighbors or from the utilities. Staff recommends approval.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte they need to declare? No, that's not why your name's up. Okay, thank you. Councilman Reinhardt.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Reinhardt, second. Vice Chair Kent. Any questions of staff? Debate. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Good job. Item 7, a rezoning of 1390 East Ohio Avenue, Lake Helen, from the prime ag A1 to the rural agriculture A2 zoning classification. Clay Irvin.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This item went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from your staff. There was a public hearing at the Planning and Land Development Regulation hearing. No public spoke at that point. It is coming to you with a unanimous recommendation of approval from the PLDRC. The property owners are simply trying to maximize the use of their property. They have an agricultural pursuit plus their home. This will allow for them to divide the property in a manner that is facilitating both the occupancy as a home and a continuation of the agricultural use. That being the case, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Motion to
Okay.
approve.
And also, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare? Okay, and I think I heard Councilman Robbins make a motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 8, also a quasi-judicial hearing, a rezoning of 2710 Ranch Road, Lake Helen.
Good afternoon, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a very similar situation. You have A1, which requires a 10-acre minimum. The A2 allows a 5-acre. The owners of this property seek to divide the property into 2 parcels so that way they can utilize it with another family member. Both uses would be consistent with either A1 or A2. Went to the PLDRC with a recommendation of approval from staff and is coming to you with a unanimous recommendation of approval from Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission.
Does anyone have any ex parte to declare? No. Councilman Reinhardt.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt, second by David Santiago. Any questions, debate? You have your name is just hung over? You're not hung over, but your name. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and 9 and 10 have been moved to the next meeting. Item 11. Discussion of council goals. He is not here yet, so we will move on to item 12, and we'll come back to 11. Item 12 is the assignment of council members to committees. I only see one change that I would like to make at the request of council members serving on the River of Lakes Heritage Corridor. I'd like to assign a staff member from the Planning Division, Steve Shams. And he's all, does he need a background check? You hope not? Okay. Do you need me to go through the list, or I'll just hand this to you? I can go through them. Board of Trustees, Law Library, Don Dempsey. Canvassing Board, Frank Bruno. And we should reach out to Frank and make sure that he's still available and willing to do that. Lisa Lewis would prefer that. Career Source, David Santiago.
Chairman, on that
Yes, sir.
one, I'd like to be removed for that one. Actually, 2 of them, to be honest with you. Everything else is okay. And the reason is my daytime schedule has gotten so hectic, and it's going to be hectic this next year, that would make my attendance very, very difficult.
What's the other one?
The Career Source, and then the other one is TPO.
Is that on the back page?
Yeah, the remaining ones I
Yeah.
could stay on.
Okay. Okay. We have a volunteer for Career Source. Matt, you've already got a bunch.
Got 6 already, so not it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Seven's a lucky
Yes.
number.
just for disclosure on CareerSource, that board is looking to sunset in the summer of 2024 as a new CareerSource board. Consortia is under development, and that will need council appointments to that new board once it's recomprised, with Brevard County being added to the group. So some activity occurring with respect to crafting this new board. Wanted to make sure I've
Okay.
shared that.
Well, then we could probably leave this open for the time being.
I would ask if there is a council member willing to serve. There is a lot of activity occurring at CareerSource, and it may be important to have an elected official's voice.
Is there a volunteer for CareerSource for the
Mr.
rest of
Chairman,
the year?
Just
Jake Johansson?
For convenience sake, I'm looking for one to get rid of, to pick one up. I'll gladly take the CareerSource transition. It's kind of interesting to me, as a matter of fact, but I don't want to add one. So if we can take me off one and get David to sit in.
What's the claims committee?
That's a tough one. Yeah, you're not going to want that one.
Okay. What, they meet once every 6 months or something?
Easy now. Easy now.
They met once.
So the meeting is held here, so you'd probably be opposed to that to begin with, here at the office. No, what is it? Once a month, right?
The claims-
Generally, as needed. I mean, once a month should be expected. It allows the statute allows this committee to basically to evaluate, give comments on pending claims to your self-insurance fund. So threaten claims or lawsuits.
About 9 o'clock in the morning once a month, I think, on a third.
Yeah.
What day do they meet?
Correct. It is 9 o'clock in the morning. They haven't set any of their dates for 2024 yet.
Chairman.
The last person seated.
Yeah.
The county attorney.
I chair it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's less than an hour once a month. Hour and a half.
Okay, if you want to trade one, I'll trade that one if you're willing
Okay.
to.
Sure.
Great.
Thank you, Jake.
So we're
You're
moving
welcome.
David Santiago to Claims Committee, Jake Johansson to CareerSource.
Mike, it was fun. It was a pleasure serving, and I hope to do it again sometime.
Central Florida Commuter Rail will keep the same with Brower and Johansson as the alternate. Circuit 7 Community Alliance, Representative County Government Carmen Hall, Troy Kent as alternate, and representative from CFAB Carrie Baird. Claims Committee we just did. Department of Juvenile Justice, Troy Kent. Doris Leeper, Management Plan Advisory Group, Danny Robbins. Drug Court Steering Committee, Don Dempsey. DUI Treatment Court Advisory Council, Troy Kent. East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, Danny Robbins, Jake Johansson. Elected Officials Roundtable, Jeff Brower, although I see most of the council members there, which is excellent. Florida Association of Counties Broadband Committee, David Santiago. Is that still going on?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of good work.
Florida Association of Counties Board of Directors for District 8, David Santiago. Human Services Advisory Board, Jake Johansson. Indian River Lagoon Council, Jeff Brower, Danny Robbins, alternate. Opioid Abatement, no, we'll skip that one. Public Safety Coordinating Council, Matt Reinhardt. River of Lakes, we already switched to Steve Shams. River to Sea, TPO. That's the one you want out of. So we've got Danny Robbins, Jeff Brower, Jake Johansson, Matt Reinhardt. And the only other two are Troy Kent and Don Dempsey, and I don't believe either one of them can get there for that.
Can we have 3 alternates? I don't know what the rules are on that one.
We do have a way to vote.
Yeah.
Can I give you my weight? So basically, it's the entire council.
135.
Is there,
I think we need a full contingency on that.
so Mr. Chairman, we often at the TPO allow Zoom.
Almost always.
Yeah, and so I don't, you know, as I'm feeling from David, he's traveling, but I don't know. Between the three of them, could one of them Zoom in once a month for an hour, at least for the vote portion? You know, the first 35 minutes is when we vote. The rest of it's presentation. Now you miss a lot, but they send the packet and they send the minutes. We might be able to cobble together, you know, a one person, and even if Troy and Don share.
Yeah, I don't mind.
And David.
And David. Is it three of you share?
Because the time,
Three
I'm
alternates?
sorry, Don, but the times David's not there,
Yes.
I don't think we call the alternate. I think we just accept the David's not here today. So why don't we just start using the alternate? David, if you can be a little more forward on your planning, we can tell Carissa or Terry to ask Troy or Don if they can Zoom in for
I'm okay with
45
that.
minutes.
Yeah, I don't mind. The only problem I have with scheduling is, I don't control my own schedule, the courts do, and when they tell me to be there, I gotta be there. And, a lot of stuff I schedule out hearings months out. Trials are set right now 4 or 5 months out, and once they're set, so I can't. That was my problem last year when we went through all this, and it's still going on. So I just so you know that I'll do it. Zoom would be awesome. I would gladly do it. I just want to kind of make you aware that I'm not the master of my own
Yeah.
9 to 5.
You're already an alternate, so we can tap you and see if you can do it.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. River to Sea TPO Transportation Disadvantage Local Coordinating Board, Matt Reinhardt. Spring Hill CRA, Don Dempsey, David Santiago. Team Volusia, Danny Robbins, Jeff Brower, alternate. Tourist Development Council, Matt Reinhardt. Volusia Area State Forest Liaison Panel, Matt Reinhardt. And Volusia Flagler Early Learning Coalition, Troy Kent. Okay, I see lots of heads nodding. And I'll give this to you, Carissa, when we're done. Okay, that takes us to item 13, 2 council members' appointments to the Value Adjustment Board for the remainder of the 2023 property tax season and 2024 property tax season, and 1 citizen appointment to the Value Adjustment Board for the 2024 property tax season.
The current council members are currently Mr. Reinhardt and Mr. Santiago. And you do have 1 application for Miss Ann Patterson, who also currently serves on the board.
As the citizen?
Correct.
Yeah.
Move to reappoint Ann Patterson.
Second.
David Santiago moves to approve Ann Patterson, and the second one was by Councilman Reinhardt. Let's take care of that one. Any discussion? All in favor of reappointing Ann Patterson, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That appointment is 7-0, and now we need 2 council members. Who is?
Yeah, David
Yeah,
and I are both
we
on.
got
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to renominate David Santiago and Matt Reinhardt.
Okay. Is there a second? David Santiago, Matt Reinhardt, nominated by Jake, second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that's taken care of, 7-0. Council members, item 14, council members' appointment to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. We need 1 council member appointed.
current member on the board is Mr. Johansson for council.
I move we reappoint Joe Hanson.
Second. Yeah, he's been doing a pretty
Yes,
good job.
he's
I think
representing
we
us
oughta
well.
give him a- Carmen, you good? All right.
And the second was by Matt Reinhardt. So we have Jake again. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed before he changes his mind?
Oh, yeah. 'Cause I have a
And-
choice. Oh, my God.
And that takes care of every item except for item 11.
Speaker, any moment,
11.
Speaker, any moment, well, he
And
might be.
our speaker is on the way.
I have, Mr. Chair, I do have a clarification on a previous item. On our schedule, and on the one meeting in July, I'd like to ask if that one could be a day meeting, because it will be a long meeting for some of the reasons that we said, so.
Which item are you on?
It would be, I think it was item 3, the schedule. We had, the council had agreed to take, go to one meeting in July, one meeting in December. The December meeting would normally be the day meeting, so that's not a problem, but on July the 16th would be a night meeting. I'd like to propose that one, we move to a day just because of the length. The
Chairman, if you
potential.
don't mind, I can help clean this up.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. So, we talked about this earlier. We made an amendment, but that works for me on that date, George. I hope it works for the rest of the council. So I'll make a motion singularly here for the July 16th meeting be a daytime meeting starting at 9 a.m.
Second. Reinhardt.
Okay. Troy Kent makes a motion that we move that July meeting to the 16th at 9 a.m. And the second
Per staff's request. Yeah.
second was by Jake. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that change is made unanimously, 7-0. Anything else from county manager or county attorney? We could begin public participation and then reports. Do you have any? There being none, then we will close the public hearing. We have one. Oh, John Nicholson. You have 3 minutes.
But at least it gets it out of the way while you're waiting. A couple of things. One, thank you, Danny. It's nice to hear you say what you believe, even though you missed. There was a little ruckus in the back. Some guy wasn't happy with it, but that's part of it. So I'm very thankful that you spoke up. All right. Secondly, there was talk about the ATV in the forest. We have 1,600 acres that the county owns around the dump, and it's sitting there vacant, not used. I suggested at one point that we put a pet cemetery, put a little acre aside, and allow those who have pets and can't afford to put them elsewhere. It would cost us virtually nothing. They would pay for the burial of their pets and whatnot, so it would be virtually a win-win for us. Secondly, there are other things I would like put on there. Cross-country, with so much acreage and those mountains that we have for trash, cross-country would be ideal for that land, or a bicycle path for long-distance racing. There are other things that could be done. I would ask us to at least look into using that land for a public purpose. Reefs, I talked about the reefs, and I've been noticing what they've been putting down the coastline, those waffle, they're like 35 feet long, and they go in the ground about 40 feet. Could they be used offshore? And could we have the University of Miami come up, do a survey, because they would break the water. We wouldn't have to wait until we accumulate enough trash to build a reef for free. I don't imagine them being that expensive, and they could be put in all kinds of configurations that would not hinder the total movement of the waves, but would block the damaging portion of the waves and maybe get a little fishery and whatever that might be out there. So I'm suggesting that we might look at that. And for the third time, I called up and I said, is the first meeting in January going to be on a Tuesday? Because normally it's on a Thursday. And the person that I talked to said, oh yeah, it's on a Tuesday. All our meetings are on Tuesday. So I said, okay. So then I got a friend that called from out of state and said, I'm coming in early for that meeting, so I'm going to sit around and wait for the meeting. So I double checked. And Clarissa says, no, it's on Thursday. So I had to call out of state and say, don't sit around because it's not happening. 5 years ago when I came up from Miami, I drove all the way up for the meeting. And again, I went to the desk downstairs, or you had somebody down at the desk. And she said, oh, no, there's no meeting today. So I left, and guess what? There was a meeting today. So it happens. Is there a way of double-checking it or whatever? Because people are relying on what they're told. Anyway, have a good day.
Thank you. Herb, you're here. Then we will move backwards to item 11, council goals. And we are glad that you're here. Hope traffic wasn't too bad.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Y'all have been running a very efficient meeting here.
You should have been here earlier.
I'm 30, but I'm glad to be here. That was one of your goals last year, and you're obviously achieving it. So, thank you for the opportunity to work with you again, Council and Chairman. Herb Marlowe, Analytica, for the record. You know, y'all established 5 goals last year, and staff have worked diligently on those. And we want to review both what's been done and what's planned next. But as I've interviewed you, there were 2 areas in particular you'd like to spend a little more time on in some depth. One was regulatory reform, the other was tax policies. And then there were a number of very specific topics you want to have a chance to talk about with your colleagues, and we'll do those. We're going to begin. I'm going to ask the manager to basically review with you what has occurred and what's planned for the coming year. And after we do that, we'll loop back to the regulatory and look through anything else you'd like to talk about that. He's got a number of things planned, but I do want to come back in case there's other items you want to discuss. And we'll go back to financial and talk about that. And then we'll go to those specific items. He may have already addressed all your questions or topics when we get specific items. If he does, fine, we'll move on. And Councilman Santiago, I'm sorry you and I weren't able to connect, so I will certainly give you the extra privilege of adding on since I didn't get a chance to talk.
My goals didn't change.
All right. So with that, Mr. Manager, if you could begin.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Chair, Honorable Council. Yeah, you should have before you, I left paper copies also on the screen, and I had sent out our goals worksheet. And what we did, I had key members of the our department head staff work to put together this kind of matrix so that we could keep track of what we're doing and give some strategy to achieve some of these goals. And a lot of your goals were related, so you'll see overlap, and there could be some question, you know, does this particular action belong under this goal or that goal? We'll take them under all because we're getting mileage here because they're all related. Efficient framework, efficient government. We talked about efficiency and public safety and economic development. So it's in several different goals, so you'll see kind of that theme. What I'd like to do, I'm not going to read everything that's on here, obviously. I just was going to highlight a few things in each of the goal areas. We'll just start off there with the goal number 1, which was create a more efficient regulatory framework. You're going to have in February and March, we've developed a list. We've worked with Growth Management, Clay's group, He'll be bringing forth ways in the development process that they recommend making changes. They could be things that become more administrative rather than having 2 and 3 different hearings to go to. So we'll go through that, and also things that maybe we could, shorten a permit or do other actions to work through that. So that is in progress and will be coming to you. But just point out, we already did some things in the year here. Of course, there was work done on dune restoration requirements. In fact, we just talked about, or we have some coming up that are related to storm damage. We also eliminated things like the COPCN for wheelchair and stretcher van providers. We put in that reduced beach vessel exclusion zone to help out fishermen who wanted to come in a little closer to fish. Of course, the elimination of the county business tax receipt fee will certainly fall under the category of helping out. There was the talk about creating the ombudsman office, and what we are doing, we've got a plan that will be rolled out in February using our economic development division, and we are in the process of training those folks now to take on that role as we roll that program out in February. Also in that particular area, just point out GRM staff has been meeting with VCARD and VBIA to look at other permitting processes. Some also upcoming technological improvements. There's softwares and stuff out on the market that we're starting to look at now that could take what would normally take reviewers hours to do could be done in a few minutes. So there's a system already we're aware of down in Orlando. We'll probably be looking at that and some others. So and that's going to not only help with efficiency, but there is a shortage of plans examiners and technical people right now. So things like that, if we can have technology, I think that'll help out a lot. We looked also, we revised regulations for mobile homes and certain rural zoning classifications this year, and we also looked at and revised regulations to reduce the size restriction and location requirements for accessory dwelling units to help those out, people that want to maybe have family members and stuff live there. Moving on into goal 2, the increase of the efficiency and effectiveness of government operations, particularly public safety and economic development. One of the things that was discussed as a strategy in there was to make sure our fees were kept up to date so we wouldn't have those giant increases. And so you did work on many different fees throughout the year to get caught up. I won't go through all of them. Again, using some technology, another example, we expanded the distribution of the PET microchips and scanners at fire stations and beach safety. So we're not taking animals to the Humane Society at the clip we used to. We're more and more able to find out who owns the animal and take them right back home. So making it more efficient for our citizens. EMS is updating a new record system that should help out with that. And then some of the databases for our Amanda permitting software as well. And then there's body-worn cameras for officers, even the LODOX forensic imaging system for the medical examiner. All these things are aimed at being more efficient. We also work on a constant basis pretty much with an industrial engineer, LA Consulting. He's been in and done a lot of our departments, and he'll be at work, I believe, in the facilities department. And also, I think he's updating our Parks and Rec as well. Also point out, it's one of the things, quiet, great things that our CFO has done, but him getting us into that PEMT for medical transport, that has allowed us to draw down literally millions of dollars from the federal government through that process. Because of that, we haven't increased any subsidy out of the general fund since we've gotten into that program. So he's really helped out with that. Also, in the area of EMS, we established new criteria for using BLS, basic life support units, to handle lower acuity calls. This has helped us two ways. Of course, we've had the shortage of paramedics, and that we are working hard to get caught up, but also it better uses the equipment, and we've had a lot of success, and it's kept our response times down, and again, a more efficient use of equipment and people. A couple things we tried, and then we decided we would save more money by not having that. The elimination of the nurse triage program, we just were not getting the bang for the buck out of that. That saved us, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000. Another savings along those lines and size, we outsourced our parts department through Fleet. That has an estimated annual savings of $400,000. So we're constantly looking, and we're having efficiency audits. Lucidity, you'll hear that term. That is our asset management program we use in many of the areas in the county, and a large part of that is using that data to continue to be efficient. Let's see here. We also, as part of being efficient and effective, we've worked on retention of our employees. You've been involved in where we've, of course, thank you for the 5% raise. I think that helped out a lot. We also did put retention bonuses in some of our areas where we had critical shortages. We've done things like allocate a full-time recruiter in corrections. So again, these are just a handful of the many things that we have done. Goal 3 was to develop and implement a plan for expanded sports and recreation services. We have reports that will be brought to you, I think in February, will be where we've gotten our consultant that did a study on the ball fields and stuff is asked, and also we'll be reporting on the motocross. That's been studied as well. So that's coming to you in February. Also, because it is sports and sports tourism, I think a lot of the work we did on the beach this year to get the beach open and ready to go, putting the trap bags, a lot of that work that's been done, the sand that's been identified, so that people can get back to normal and be able to use our beach for more than a few hours a day. So it's occurring with some of these high tides. We also put together that 13 ECHO direct expenditure projects in our parks, and of course we bought 128 acres of nature preserve there with Volusia Forever here in DeLand. Also in the Ocean Center, we've of course, one thing I think will be big is just getting Lynn Flanders on board, but she's already hit the ground running. We're increasing our involvement and our membership in the Venue Coalition, which will help us pursue additional live entertainment and music acts. We do have some live entertainment lined up, but no, they're not to the level we're looking for yet, but we are on our way. Regrow the Loop pilot program also enhanced the Loop, which of course is a a beautiful outdoor area that people enjoy. Also, one of our strategies to help in that area was the sponsorships. We did get an award of pouring rights sponsorship to Pepsi, which will bring in about a little over $100,000 in annual revenue. That will also help out at our venues. And then 4, continuation of an enhanced fiscal stewardship. Again, keeping our fees up as we had asked. A lot of partnerships is the theme here. You know, we partnered with the school board for $2 million for the broadband infrastructure. We partnered with Florida Inland Navigation District for the sand. We partnered with Spectrum as well on the broadband, using our monies to leverage. So we looked at that. We have done other things too to make sure we can continue to be financially wise. One of them, we established our transit services division, basically pulled some positions out of the contract and brought them in-house to have better control on the services that were being done with Votran, and we look to continue to modernize that this coming year. One thing also is we wanted to be proactive with our capital maintenance program. We don't want our stuff to get into such disrepair that it costs even more. So we do have a 5-year capital project manual that puts together with those projects, and we started this year for the first time bringing the larger projects to you as a separate item and going over that. So again, we're developing preventive maintenance program at the Ocean Center and several of our other facilities. Of course, we continue to use a 5-year budgeting process, which I think is good forecasting. We could talk more about that. But that's how we've been able to take on things that we have coming at us. And of course, this year we have Sunrail that will be coming at us. And there's some interesting legislation out there. Things we were just talking, you've got FRS. If they go back to a COLA, the impact of that could be $20 million a year to the county. So things like that we have to stay on top of. And of course, the other thing I was to say is we, of course, seek out state and local funding on a pretty much a massive scale. So we have great department heads that have good connections. We have grant writers in certain areas, but we've been able to pick up, literally tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars really in grants that you'll see being spent over the 5-year forecast. And I think as we look at financial stewardship going forward, that is an area it ties into what I think Herb said, talking about tax policy. I think that we need guidance on, what kind of goals would we want going forward. I mean, I know you can see the theme is you want to be efficient, you want to be conservative. Looking at what we have been able to do, and you see over these years, we're the 57th county out of 67 in terms of expenditures per capita. So we've been driving that down over many years. You can see our tax rate has gone down. The general fund, I think, in the neighborhood of 20% over the last 5-6 years. Again, if we could take a look at how we make a goal or continue in that goal of striving for the reduction in tax rates, I think it would be a very good general theme. And lastly, I will just say goal 5, foster and support solution-oriented culture. We are doing more and more with making sure our systems are available online, systems for our employees. You need your employees to feel appreciated, and hopefully they will be going the extra mile. That's what we push for, but we try to go the extra mile for them as well. We do have a Caught in the Act program where we catch people doing good things, and I know we awarded over 1,216 Caught in the Acts this last year, in 2023. We do also recognize for years of service, and we've launched new programs internally to help support that solution-oriented culture. And I'll leave it at that, because I don't want to take away from the time to discuss what we've done and the new things in the future.
Thank you, George.
I just want to know what you've been doing all year.
It's a fair question. I think you should ask today. Okay. Well, obviously, you'll set a set of goals last year, and your administration has tried to move them forward at a significant accomplishment. But one of the main things from my conversations with you is, well, what's next? What's the next level we want to get to? How do we continue moving? And a lot of that conversation revolved around regulatory reform. I'd like to start there. We also want to talk about finance, and I've got my specific topics. But I'd like to begin with regulatory reform, if we could. So if we could go back, thank you, whoever's controlling it, to goal 1. I'd like you to talk to me about what in your mind is the next thing you would like to see for a priority, where you would like to see the emphasis of staff as you continue to try to create a more effective regulatory framework. And Mr. Chairman, I'll open that to any council members who would like to respond, and we can go from there. So.
Okay, we'll start with Councilman Santiago.
I just want one thing to start out with is and I think they're working towards it, but continued focus from staff on looking at their individual processes in their departments,
Okay.
and ask the question: is it absolutely necessary for this person to do X, Y, and Z in order to get what they need from the government?
Okay.
As we've had some examples over the last year here, where we've learned things. Well, why do we do that? Well, we don't necessarily have to, and we can get rid of it. So
Okay.
I would prefer to be more proactive in saying, just because we've done it that way for 10 years or 20 years or before all of these department heads were here, doesn't mean we can't make it better for the people and eliminate things in some cases. Does that make sense?
So you'd like to see some more emphasis, what I call process redesign, really look at, can you simplify?
With
can
less
you eliminate,
bureaucracy.
can whatever, to make it work
Yes.
faster. Okay, thank you, sir.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. To piggyback off of that, and I'm glad you brought that up, David, is the individual processes, and we always like to see if we can work more efficiently, you know, if there's ways to doing that. I won't even mention my previous life, but we kind of not outsource that. We wanted to kind of watch what we did and see if we could do it better. We didn't outsource it so much as we involved other agencies to look at it, because oftentimes within, if you regulate your own, you don't see things. The blinders are on, so to speak. If you have somebody else on the outside, but it has to be somebody at least remotely familiar with what you do. In other words, well, you know, I won't go into examples, but if there's somewhere that we can have somebody look at it from the outside, to look in, I think that
So the
that
same
helps.
thing what the councilman's talking about, but bringing that external perspective to say, well, over here, they do it this way, or that way.
Somebody at least familiar with the
Sure,
process.
has some expertise.
But like I said, oftentimes if you say, you come into the office and say, we could do things better, you know, Mike, come here, you look at this. Well, Mike may have the blinders on, think, yeah, I think we're doing everything great, you know, because it may mean more work to Mike, or no need for Mike's position.
Okay.
So I hate to look at it like that, but oftentimes you can do better if you have someone from the outside looking in.
Okay.
Also, with respect to the ordinances you talked about within this, more efficient. I think we're doing some of that with coming up. with respect to look at what we do or don't need to kind of trim some of that, and then that will also help with the permitting process for that too, I think, so.
All right. Thank you.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, to this council, we're leaders. We have to lead by example, right? So in order to create a more efficient regulatory framework, I think we have to be very cognizant and careful when we recommend regulations that increase government. I think we're all got most of the same blood running through our systems, and we're less regulation kind of people. So we have to be cognizant of that. The other thing we need to be cognizant about is us delaying the regulatory process. We just did it today. We have a reason to do it, but instead of getting something done at the end of January, it's going to be the beginning of February now. So we need to be aware that we may be part of the problem, and we need to lead by example. So staff, you know, when we say, why did that take so long? And they look at us and go, well, because you took 8 weeks to pass something, which they won't do. They'll just smile and say, well, you know, we had some problems getting the staffing done. They take a lot on their shoulders. You know, in addition to the processes, which I know everybody's looking at, and I think Mr. Santiago hit the nail on the head. When somebody comes to government, it might not be the result they want, but they want a result nonetheless. So how from here can I get them to there as quickly as possible? And if there's something in the way where you got to look at the person and go, nah, I got to do this. If it's not a state statute, then maybe we look at why we have to do it, and do we have to do it? And if we have to, then explain it and move on. But I think that whole process thing is the way moving forward. And I know staff is doing that in addition to doing their job and trying to get stuff across the finish line. And I appreciate that. Thanks.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a follow-up to what I had said earlier, and I think my colleagues seem to agree. But I think things, and I think I said this last time we were together, things are, you find out by measuring them, right? And this is a great update here, George, whoever put this together, whatever, I know you and your team, so thank you for this. But given we talked about process changes, I would like to see if George can find a way within his team to, next time we see this update, give us an update as to what processes were improved so that we can see it, right? You know, permitting or application for assistance or just like that, they change this. If we can have some details on that, it'd be great. So we could tell back our constituents, so we all talk about that, right?
Now,
We have to
some
give
of
the
this takes
examples.
a little bit of time to have a full-blown system, but what I may also want to do, I had mentioned the outside person you were talking about. We have those type of experts, and say, for instance, in Public Works, where they've had a pretty sophisticated asset management system for several years, that's exactly what occurs. You know, you put things into units of work, and that's what you measure and compare against national standards. You have, you know, benchmarks that you are trying to achieve, and again, that's how you can analyze to see, is it something we should do in-house? Is it something we should do privatize? You know, you've seen some interesting things occur in the last few years where labor is at such a shortage that, you know, kind of the knee-jerk before was privatize and save money. Well, that only works if there's labor out there to do it, and sometimes we've had the actual advantage in some of those areas. So, yeah, I'll bring forth more of how we measure things, and maybe give an example of some pretty robust areas that we already have and are doing that with.
And some of the enhancements, I'll just give you another example. Some of the enhancements can be as simple. How many times have we ever filled out a government form where you put your name and your address, right? And then you go down a couple columns and you put your name and your address. And you turn the page and you put your name and your address, right? and I'm not suggesting we had that, but some of the efficiencies for our public can be as simple as looking at a form that somebody has to fill out. I'm just throwing out ideas. I mean, I seen what I thought was the worst example of government spending money, not here. I just went through the airport and went through immigration process. This was yesterday. So you have your boarding pass and your passport, and I walked and showed boarding pass, passport, bling, bling. I put it in my pocket, walk another 20 feet. I just walked down a corridor. Show me boarding pass and passport, bling, bling. I'm not exaggerating. I did this 5 times before I got to put my bag into the scanner. Now, it was a federal program. No, not here. But it was going through the customer. But I'm like, what a waste of money. And again, I just get off my soapbox. Examples how we can create efficiency. I'm like, one person could have done this. Yeah, bling, bling. Thank you.
But at least you knew who you were by the time, the 5th time.
Told everybody, I'm Matt Reinhardt, and I don't like this process.
Just one more I'd like to add. I think that everybody on this council is committed to reducing the size of government so that then we can reduce the tax rates. Everybody wants to reduce taxes until you come up with the idea of what it is, and then that constituent group stands up and says, no, don't cut that. But I think one of the things that we can do is, as we look at making government more efficient, and everybody said it up here, is we ask them to do a lot. Clay's division, Growth and Resource Management, everybody's busy. Road and Bridge is, Public Works is busy, but Clay's division includes so many different things, including code enforcement. I would still like to look at any county-generated permit requirement and see if there's any that this council feels like it makes sense to do away with. In our landscape company, I've had to get permits, not in the county, but in other cities, to put a ground level paver patio in. It was never inspected. I just had to pay the money. Something like that's not public safety related, I think we should look at, and if it's not a state requirement, Florida Building Code requirement, that we should get rid of any permit that makes sense, because his people are, they're just busy all the time processing that kind of thing. Suzanne Conchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that was actually a very helpful segue to why I asked for a chance to chime in. So a few days ago, you received an email from Clay, I believe, that was an examination that was requested by council of all of the special exception uses. And as you may remember, it makes some suggestions of what uses in staff's recommendation can move to use by right or conditional use. Both categories avoid any public hearings and are approved by staff. And then they took a second step and made a recommendation of those that remain special exception, not having a second public hearing before council, but allowing your PLDRC, Planning and Land Development Review Committee, be the final acting body on those remaining special exceptions. There'll always be an opportunity to appeal to your council by an aggrieved party. I think there's only maybe a couple of times where they suggest that final hearing stay with council. But I think that will be a good launching point for the discussions that you've mentioned today and in past council meetings. We have that teed up for February. I believe our goal is to bring that to you at the first meeting in February and to go through really the content of that spreadsheet with you. On the heels of that email, perhaps as early as tomorrow, we'll guarantee this by early next week, a second email will come out from Clay. This is that broader examination that council just spoke of every permit that is issued and where the authority for the issuance of that permit lies. Is it statutory by the state, like your Florida Building Code, which I'm sorry if this is a hard thing to say, but it's not really under the control of a county council to modify. And which of those permits are in your code of ordinances and within your ability to modify? So we'll have that ready also to tee up as early as February. That may be a bit of a lengthy presentation and conversation. I just wanted to say that a lot of what you've been mentioning is really either in your inbox or will be on your council agenda here in approximately the next month. And we'll be looking for your guidance on that, but assured it's coming at you quickly.
So February's stacking up to be a busy month.
It is.
Councilman Kent, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Suzanne, I appreciate that you talked that presentation might be lengthy, and with us, one of our goals being more efficient and effective, I would just remind George and his staff, that's a great opportunity when you have your one-on-ones with council members to give them the meat and potatoes there and let us do our homework so that we're not here for an hour-plus presentation whenever we're all good about doing our homework and getting those questions answered ahead of time before the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments? Okay, so prime direction here is continue process redesign, put the metrics on it. Obviously, we're going to have your major permitting review coming up pretty soon, and you've already seen an example of process redesign with special exceptions, so I'll take that as the direction for that. Let's talk about tax policy. This was another major topic you all discussed with me, and a continued concern is how do we, the impact on property owners, how can you mitigate that? What are the alternatives for that? How do you reduce it? Obviously, as George just said, you have made significant progress to be 9th in the state in terms of lowest rate is an achievement. But you obviously would like to move that on down as you can. So, Mr. Chair, open to comments from the council on that.
Okay, I'll start. One of my goals is to reduce the millage rate for our constituents, and the only way to do that is to become more efficient, do some of the things we have been doing, get rid of unnecessary ordinances, permits. But I would like the council to send staff a goal of, if we're all, and I think we are all unified in wanting to reduce the millage rate. I think we need to give them a goal, and I would like to suggest a 10% reduction in each department, and then that comes back to the county council. We don't, if they give us a list of things that they could cut, alter, change, then it falls on us to make those hard decisions. Might not be 10%, it might be some other percent. But at least it gives us something to look at.
Propose a 10% concept to start.
So that we're working with staff. We take almost all year on budget season, so there's time to do that. But that would be my proposal. And David Santiago.
You see the board lit up there like a Christmas tree. Mr. Chairman, I think that's a worthy cause, right? Because tax cutting is certainly important to me individually, and I'm sure the rest of us. But I struggle with putting a number arbitrarily out there right now. I'm very impressed with what staff did this past year, given the challenges that they had going before us. Do I think there's room still? Absolutely, probably. But I don't know if I can say that I can adopt, just an arbitrary number. I think we should give more guidance in the areas that I think we need to give tax relief and see where that goes, right? Specifically look for areas within the budget and saying, is this a proper cost to the citizens or whatever the cost to do business? Look at programs that cost money, and then let them tell us, well, okay, we got rid of the CST, right? And we got rid of the occupational license, right? And they told us, okay, this is going to be the net effect of that, right? We felt that these were programs that government shouldn't be involved in, and look at it from a policy perspective, and then look at where it cuts. That's just, but I'm not saying I'm against taxes, but I don't know about arbitrary number. It bothers me.
Well, it's a goal, that they can look at and then bring back to us, and then we have to work with them to decide. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And like Councilman Santiago, I can also agree that I appreciate the lofty goal of 10%. And I'm going to stop there just for a moment because I read something recently. The biggest scam in life, paying taxes on money you make, taxes on money you spend, and taxes on things you own that you already pay taxes on already taxed money. And it makes me think about any type of help we can give our constituents, because I get fired up when I hear about the increases they're having in their property insurance. And then I could talk to you all for hours about what they're doing in the state of Florida with auto insurance. You just simply have to Google auto insurance Florida, and it comes up and says that in Florida it's double, sometimes triple many other states in our union. We can't do much about that at this level with either of those issues that I just mentioned. But I appreciate the goal of 10% to get back to the topic at hand. I do appreciate that goal, and maybe it's that number's thrown out there so that, it's a negotiating piece, and we end up with a 5% reduction or a 3% reduction. Well, any type of reduction I'm good with, that we can do it. I just, at the same time, and you mentioned it, Chairman, so, I give you credit for that. You mentioned it comes back to us, and it's our decision on what we're going to cut, because that's what it comes down to. It comes down to, what are we willing to cut for our residents, and what's it going to be? Because I'm willing to bet right now none of it's going to be in public safety. None of us are going to do that. In fact, there may be an increase in that. So what is it? Is it roads? Is it water? Is it recreation? The first few were what people, your constituents expect you to get right. And then I really kind of judge a community on not only how do they deal with those first three things I said, but then your recreation. What kind of lifestyle do you offer your residents here? And it's one thing. One of the reasons I was so passionate about being one of 6 kids. My dad hung wallpaper and painted. My mom raised kids. We didn't have money, but she could put us in the station wagon and bring all 6 of us down to that ocean, and we felt like we were rich playing in that surf and having a fun time. So I just caution with we're going to have to, if we're going to do that, then we're going to have to make tough decisions on what we're going to cut. And I'll just say this because I've got a moment here, and I've been pretty quiet today. And Councilman Reinhardt didn't mention privatizing our jail, because that the idea came about some privatization in certain areas. But the issue with that is you lose control, and then when you have problems, you still get blamed for it, and you're like, well, hold on, we privatized this. This is this company. But no, it lands at our feet. So it's just something else I just caution us with. So I'm all for some cuts. I need some good ideas, and something that we haven't really talked about. It's been brought up a couple of times, but and listen, I'll own it that I wasn't successful on getting Volusia County residents on the beach at no extra charge because they're already paying for it. But we still haven't gone there with, I've got 10 million new reasons. Even if we don't even talk about beach driving, but my idea and bringing a solution for charging our out-of-town guests more and charging for parking for non-Volusia residents for off-beach parking can bring real dollars to this county at the tune of, if my numbers were $10 million, 10 million new dollars not paid for by Volusia County residents. And that is a real way that we could then cut $10 million out of our budget, even though we're at a $17 million disadvantage with the beach, or that's what the number was last year. We took $17 million out of the general fund, and this would find 10 of it, but maybe we can come up with more ideas like that and help lessen the tax burden on our residents. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. All good points. I think Jake hit the nail on the head. Give him props in terms of us being part of the problem. And this is why I take a hard stance of staying the hell out of people's lives and getting out of the process. I think I'm a true believer in that. And everything we do, I mean, we have a hard time agreeing on lunch. And we just complicate the processes. So you guys know where I'm at with that. I'm all for streamlining our process, especially in growth management. Clay's doing a good job, and staff reviewing all that stuff to bring back to us. So I'm thankful for that. I'd like to see full staffing one day in that department. Full staffing to crank it out. You know, I learned a long time ago that you can bring money in volume, right? Or just wait around for the big fish. But we need to capture as much as we can. We need to offer a good quality service and customer service and get these things cranking out. I'm a yes guy when it comes to our residents and figure out how to get there and how to do it in the best manner possible. Tax cuts, all about it. As Mr. Kent, Mr. Santiago said, putting a number on that, we've heard that for a couple years now. What I would like to do is keep that burden on the council, on the elected officials. I don't think that burden, we give the staff direction, and I think that responsibility and the ability for the taxpayers to hold us accountable and not, they're there to execute our policy. I just don't want to see us going down that road of the same old stuff we've been hearing. Hey, I want to cut it, but I got nothing to suggest. I'd like for all of us to come up with a list of cuts, legitimate cuts, not excuses, legitimate cuts going forward in the future. And I think that would provide a much smoother and healthier environment on how we work and do business.
Mr. Robbins, you proposed to really put the burden on the seven of you to come up with the approaches.
Right.
George can give you the feedback, impacts, what it does for numbers, all
Absolutely.
that. But you're the guys who propose the mechanisms.
Right. I'd leave that on us for the staff to come back with a list of cuts. They don't know what we've told our constituents. They didn't run for office. That's where I'd say I'd like to hold the elected officials accountable. Because just like I've been going through the charter, I've been going through the code of ordinances. There's things that politically and fundamentally and on my values that I don't agree with on our ordinances. So therefore I'm saying, hey, get rid of it, get rid of it. We have to do the same thing, in my opinion, saying, hey, I don't believe in this fee. Let's put I don't want another excuse and put that on the staff. I want us to be accountable. Other than that, I think we're good. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Everybody's been talking about tax cuts, and I'm gonna kind of go off that highway. I don't believe I was elected to cut taxes. I believe I was elected to govern effectively. We have costs coming up. We have things that we need to pay for. We have things that we haven't put enough money into that are part of our, to quote my dear friend Keith Chester, our core responsibilities. Roads, infrastructure. People are clamoring about flooding. They're not clamoring. They are talking about low taxes every tax year, but they want the flooding to stop. We need to come up with some innovative solutions for that, and it costs money. I think I was elected, and I think we were all elected, to provide our public the goods and services and the core responsibilities that they've asked us via the charter to do. And if the cost of that is less than it was last year, then we'll cut taxes. If it's more due to inflation, due to Sunrail, due to a new courthouse, due to more of something, and that's what the public wants, and it's our duty as fiscal stewards to get them the services and the goods that they want or think they need at a good cost, at the best cost possible. Our government needs to be efficient to do that, and the good people out there need to strike the best deal, which they do 9 times out of 10, probably 9.5 times out of 10. Do I want to cut taxes? You bet I do. But what I don't want to do, I'll cut taxes. We can get the millage rate down to $2. Easy. But we're going to have to gut a lot to get there. So when they ask for lower taxes, I think what they're really asking for is get me the most bang for the buck that you can get me. That's what they're asking for, and that's what we need to give them. Cut half the staff. That'll be more than 10% right there. But we're talking about cutting taxes, but we want Clay's department fully manned. We want public safety fully manned. We want people to do their job and get our public from where they are to yes in a shorter period of time. That's going to take manpower, that's going to take innovation, it's going to take software, it's going to take technology, and it's going to take money. So we can't sit here and say, I want a blanket 10% cut, but you can't get rid of that, but you can't get rid of this, but you can't get rid of that. The things we got rid of last year, I think were very good. And I think we need to continue down that route to sundown some of the things that have blossomed up that need to come down. We know what they are, and we can address those throughout the year. But sitting in a seat similar to George's and having a council tell me 10%, I bust my butt, I show them the 10%, and they're like, oh God, no, you can't do that. You know, my wife would kill me if I got rid of that. So he asked me for a 10% cut. These are the areas where I'd like to cut that I think are likes, not needs. And they say, oh, it's a like for you, it's a need for me. So I think, as somebody mentioned, if we're going to cut, we need to tell George and staff what we are not willing to pay for next year and say march off smartly and start to sundown or cut this program in half. And then go from there. Those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Here's my reason for bringing up a 10% or any percent. I don't know how we get to anything without a goal, and so 10% to me is a goal. What I want to see happen is the staff and the public and this council to all work together, because Jake, you're right. If we say 10% and staff brings us back recommendations to get to 10%, although there's people in the public saying you can cut it by 50% and just start there, cut it everything by 50%. Well, we all know that that's totally unreasonable. The public's not going to accept that. So if I'm asking for a goal so that it can come back, and with what staff said, and I'm trusting staff not to just do the most unpalatable things, the ones that we're going to hate the most. They're going to look at it and say, well, if we had to do this, what could we cut? Then they bring it back to us, and the responsibility falls on us. And we have to, now, 2 years ago, Danny, you told me, don't suggest tax cuts. That's not my job. It's the staff's job. Now, you've seemed to reverse on that. I want to do it together. I want staff to say, okay, this is the things we consider, and they'll tell us this is dangerous, or we don't think this is a way, but here's 10% or 2%, whatever it is. And then we have to look at it and say, okay, I'll take responsibility for this, and maybe add something else that I think they should cut. But it puts staff and this council on the same side of the desk, which is where we should be, and the public, who then gets to tell us this is crazy or this is not enough. We have to consider all three. It's the public's money that we're spending. It's their money. And they seem pretty clear, at least to me, that they want us to reduce spending until you tell them where that spending is going to come from. That's the conversation we need to have. David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my last thoughts on this. I mean, Jake, I agree with just about everything you said. Just about, yeah, because I don't remember exactly all of it. That's why I had to say that. That's a disclaimer. Gives me cover. But, you know, a couple things I wanted to add to the conversation that we also need to look at getting creative with our economy here, right? We have some unique features, right? Jake, Troy, I'm willing to hear your parking proposal again, and then maybe I don't know if it was I don't know if it was a napkin math or not, but maybe get staff to do a little bit more deeper dive in it, you know, to look at that, to see what the potential of that is. I'm open to that. Yeah, and maybe the council can give direction to that, right, as part of what we're looking at. But I think certain user fees, we have to look at the revenue side of things too. It isn't just cutting, right? Where do we get our revenue from is what we need to look at also. So user fees in the right areas for the right reasons that we can assess that could help drive the millage rate a little bit lower. Chairman, you said a goal, right? I'll tell you my individual goal would be, I think, George, you said we're number 60 or something like that of counties?
57 in expenditures per capita.
I think that's, you know, looking at that and reevaluating where do we want to be, right? Do we want to be with still good quality of living? We want to be the lowest tax per county in similar sized counties. I'm just throwing out something that's measurable, right? We can go back and see we're keeping to our goal there. This is where we're at. So that could be something that could be measurable. We can say we've attained this. We're the lowest possibly, and still maintaining a lifestyle like Jake said. But user fees, I think we need to capitalize a little bit better on our beach. Troy, I don't think we do a good job of capitalizing on the beach. That could be different ideas. Our airport, the whole economic thing there. I'm not saying we're not doing a good job, but I'm saying that we should look at creative ways on how do we capitalize on all of that investment that's happening in that area, right? There's going to be a lot more coming in that area. I know there's rules around the airport grounds on where the money is spent, but let's get creative. Do we do public-private partnerships, things like that, that we can diversify our income? I think we shouldn't lose sight of new ideas in that area, economic development, along with user fees and things like that.
Ms. Santiago, what you actually is proposing an alternative way to measure it in terms of the per capita number, which gives you another metric. And if you're 57th now, or whatever it is, you know, you need to be aware of that, and maybe you say we're okay with 58, or no, we want up. Mr. Chairman, what I think is valuable what you're saying in terms of a team approach to it is I do think it's important for the elected officials to say where their comfort level is, what you're okay with, what your public's not going to accept. You know, because staff, that's not their job. They shouldn't have to do that, and they may not know. So I think a middle ground here, what you're talking about, is to take some metric like that. That's our goal, is to keep it at 57, 58, whatever it is. And y'all propose ideas, and the staff obviously have ideas, and they'll bring those forth. I have discomfort with the 10% number. But I hear there's everybody consensus we want to look at it and see what we can do, with the understanding we've got to answer to the people about, yep, this is acceptable or this is not to you. And I want to make sure we've got good direction for George here, because if y'all direct a percentage cut, that creates a lot of work on staff to do that, and it's time. If you want a more approach where y'all are jointly putting ideas and they are, and we're going to measure where we're at on and I heard primarily an ad valorem basis as a concern. I think that's a different approach that George would take. So if you could give me some feedback, what's acceptable to you as a group?
Why don't we start with George, who's told us he wants to speak to us now. So
Very good.
go ahead, and then we'll have that conversation.
Yeah, just a couple points. One, on the parking, that is actually in motion. I should have mentioned that the parking, we had gone out. We tried to combine it with the tolls. That was a mistake, but we're back out. We have we call him the parking whisperer, but we have an expert in parking, so that will be something you'll be seeing. And with that, you'll be seeing what the expense numbers will be with that, and then hopefully the net revenue and what that will look like. And we have a few other little kinks to work out, and enforcement and things, because a county is different than a city. So there's a few things we have to overcome, but I think we're already working on that. I talked to the sheriff's department yesterday.
George, were you talking about Troy's idea that he came up with that? You got some numbers coming to us soon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Thank you.
We heard them last year. It's just taking a little bit longer than I'd like, but we're definitely in favor of getting those off-beach parking places, the popular ones in particular. And we'll make that analysis, and that's coming to you.
Can I jump in just 30 seconds, George? And I appreciate that, but all of them was my idea, all of them.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and at the same rate of New Smyrna, and here's why. It is a bargain if we increase the price for the per-day pass for out-of-town visitors. It is a steal at $30 a day. And if they don't want to pay it, that's okay. Park at our off-beach parking for $20 a day, because we're giving it away.
Right.
And you can't go to Orlando, Tampa, anywhere, down to Sebastian Inlet. You can't go anywhere and park without paying. And I just want to repeat, this would not be for any resident of Volusia County. They've already paid. They will park at no charge. This is for all out-of-county guests. Thank you.
So I wanted to comment that was in motion. The other part to the larger issue on the 10%, remember what we have. Your budget's one thing and what people pay in taxes are another. And while there's definitely a relationship, I think what most people care about is what they stroke the check for or what's coming out. Because there are areas in our budget you would not necessarily want them to go down. There are things that we do that, because they're businesses, they're enterprise funds, and if they're successful, their budgets are probably going to be, they're going to be larger. But that doesn't necessarily mean their expenses are, and are they tax driven or not. So again, we'll try to break that out. We can do things like having, hey, overall, we want your division or your department to come in operational budget 10% less. That we can attempt to do in certain areas. But what you'll find, the effect for, I think, what the taxpayer wants, though, will be writing a smaller check, where I think we've operated recent times would be, trying to drive that tax rate down, and that is something I think we can, achieve and have been achieving, and we can continue. But I have to caveat with like a couple things. For instance, in the general fund, we could start off with a goal of rollback in the general fund, which would reduce that rate. But I would say maybe general fund plus, rollback plus Sunrail, because that's something that's being added to us that I can't really control. Or it could be this legislation, if it were to come through with COLAs for all the retirees. Things of that nature we'd have to take kind of separately out of our math. But we could, and we do, we ask all of our departments to kind of start from the ground up. And that's what we can look at doing again this year, maybe a little bit more, and shoot for a rollback in the general fund. I will tell you the MSD, that's another, problem we have is, you got the multiple funds you are dealing with. The MSD is already upside down. You're burning now your reserves in that fund, and that was the effect of taking out the communication tax, that $3 million there of revenue. So that's one we got reserves, and we can burn it down for a while, but it will be an area we're going to have to look at reducing expenses to level that off. Well, what's in the MSD? Well, you got the largest portion of it is the sheriff with his road patrol. And then the next part is local road maintenance. So those are two big areas that will be hard to make adjustments, but we're going to have to do something in that fund to get it leveled off. So you'll see expenditure reductions, at least on our side, in those areas. And of course, that's the other whole thing. It's a different world. We'll control what we can control, but we don't control it all, and it'll require some cooperation with constitutional officers as well. So.
George, let me ask you, talking just a little bit of inside baseball here. For the general public that's working, when you talk about rollback in the general fund, if the council were to adopt that as a goal, what does that mean, in practical terms?
In practical terms, that's us collecting the same amount of property tax, and that came into that fund as the year before, with the exception of brand new construction that gets added to, which can run a couple of percentage points. So that often can capture our increase in just normal expenses.
Okay.
But again, we have a couple big hits potentially that would be
So
different.
council, as a tangible numerical goal to start the year, rollback, with the sort of exceptions he's talked about, like Sunrail. And we still, within that process, each of you obviously can offer your ideas about how to get there, and staff will have their ideas as a numerical goal.
It's whatever the council agrees on. I think that we need, everybody says they want to reduce spending so that we can reduce the millage rate. If county managers needs us to tell him some kind of a goal that he's shooting at. If it's not a percentage, it's going to roll back in general fund. I'd like to know what other funds, obviously not MSDS, because we're already underwater in that, having eliminated an income source for that. But other funds, last year mosquito control was off limits. What's off limits this year? What other funds could we go to full rollback on?
Well, the library fund, I think, has been at rollback for a while. The Ponce de Leon Port Authority, I think, has been as well. We talked about mosquito control not there last year because they're trying to get a facility. Silver Sands, which is a tiny district, usually that's just basically the cost of their lighting system, so whatever that is it's more of a pass-through. The other significant fund of size, of course, is the Fire Rescue District, and that hasn't been one that we went to roll back in it a couple of years ago, but we since then have tried to maintain that millage because you have over 20 fire stations, and we're trying to get them upgraded. We've got some in the mix this year that'll be rehabilitated. We need a new one in a couple of areas. So our strategy there was to just try to hold them at the current millage, and then using that growth that they would get to try and pay for their fire stations. That again, they definitely have a need for some upgraded stations. So.
But essentially, goal, all the funds, and then you'll determine whether that's acceptable to you or not, whether you're reducing services beyond an acceptable level. Or you could even say, if we're willing to go past rollback, if you really look at that.
Yeah, either way, the hard work comes back to the council
Right to
to
y'all.
say
You have to make
do it
the
or not. In previous years, we've always held public safety harmless, because with a growing county, you need more public safety. Perhaps we could look at rates of growth in those things, but I think, if the council's comfortable with using rollback as a goal, then we just have to get started with something. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm comfortable with the rollback idea as a goal. And to piggyback off what Vice Chair Kent said with respect to public safety, I'd have to piggyback on that. Fire services, that's a big part of public safety. Equipment gets a lot more expensive every year. The chief was here a while ago. He can attest to that. Mr. Swanson can attest to that. Structures, when you build, materials, you talk about new fire stations, which are definitely needed. I know we did it one time. We got one or two of them that are in portables. So those are going to need to be upgraded. And you can't, you got to accommodate, you got to think about the cost of those things. And every year plywood goes up or concrete or whatever. So you can't do that. So that falls into it. So that's all I have. I just want to go on the record for that.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, I sent you another email. Don't worry, guys, you're safe. While we're on the tax subject, I'd like to know the vitality. George, is there any way we can get this kind of the status and numbers of that MSD? I had sent in an email a week or two to Ryan, and I started going through my bills at the house because we have the same bills. Our folks have them, in our districts. And one of the bills I look at, which is the utility tax, which is a local tax, is on our power bills. And I just took a snapshot of it, and I'd just put it up on the screen real quick. That way people can see it. And that's something I was inquiring about, but I need to know the status really of the MSD. If you guys are saying we're in the green, kind of what's the long-term plan? I know looking at this would probably hurt us at this point greatly. But if we can come up with a plan hey, maybe some years we can order relief or afford relief in some areas, or some funds we can offer relief. Some years we can't. But look at everything and whatnot. But I want to be able to try to keep real dollars in people's pockets. Here it is right there.
Okay.
Utility tax, local tax. But, we've made some good cuts, in my opinion. And these little things to me is like death by 1,000 cuts, right? You add this up, $100, $200 at the end of the month is a big deal to 99% of the population.
Sure.
So, that's where I'm kind of focused at, where we can keep real dollars in their pockets. And there's a disclaimer on the second page of this where it says, everything is subject to fuel rates and all this other stuff, where it said keep in mind it gives you but as all these other things go up that are not in our control, so does the energy and all these other fees. So keeping money in
So we're going to
pockets.
review some of these very specific.
Right. And
mechanisms
Ryan did a good job. Yeah. Ryan did a good job. He sent out a list. I'm still reviewing of everything that we tax on, but just to know how strong some of these funds are at the moment. I don't know what he knows, so I think it's a good place to start, see how healthy we are, and if we can project in the future, some years we can do this, some not.
Okay.
I think it's a good start.
All right, so a 5-year projection model where you're looking at the ability, not just what the revenues will be, but where's the possibility for some relief.
Absolutely.
In that time frame.
Okay. Do any of you mind that are already on the list? Because I want to comment on Councilman Robbins' bill that I just. Do you all mind if I jump in really quickly about that? So if you'll go to the second page, and not that you need to hear from me, Councilman Robbins, but kudos for bringing your KWH down from last year in December to this year. But here we are. man, let me hide my request to speak so I can see it better on my screen now. So you look at last year, your KWH compared to this month, and you've gone down. I mean, you have definitely used less energy, but look at the amount of your bill. And that's the power company, you know? So here you are doing less or doing more probably with less, yet you're getting penalized, and not just you, but me and everybody else. I see this every month. And you know, I don't know how we help fix this problem, because I know this is state regulated as well, and they get approval from the legislators for their rate increase. But I just thought it was important enough to point out, you and your family cut back on your KWH, yet you're paying, you know, $10 more than a year ago, and you're using less energy. It's not right.
No, I'm with you. That's why we're talking. Yeah,
Okay.
that's great. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take the direction as rollback, and that will obviously impact staff. I'd
Two,
like to-
you have two other people that,
right,
we'll start with County Manager George Rechtenwald and then Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that in the MSD, we have done rollback the last 2 years for sure, and possibly a third. So I just, again, a lot of these we have, and again, that's a good place to start, and then we can take a look at, like I say, what added things we would put on there. As far as the utility tax, I just wanted to mention that is a large part of the of our revenue in the MSD. So that's important to note. If you were to keep the services the same and you were to cut the utility tax, you would then have to increase the millage to the people to offset it, or like I say, and those expenditures, and a lot of them are in public protection. So it's an area that we have brought down the spending. We've been at rollback. Also, on the utilities, they live in our right of way. They don't get charged, so that's one of the reasons we have the tax, or we make money off of some of that, because remember, they're running up and down in our right of way. Our people have to work with them, get permitting and do things, but we have to allow them in there. So that is just something to remember, and why we do collect money out of there is because they are using those right-of-ways.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't know if this it's something that y'all are looking into, but it's come up throughout the past year on some issues we've had, but I'm really in favor of keeping what are in essence usage taxes or user fees. I am a big proponent of flat taxes. I don't like progressive taxes where some people are paying the lion's share of the cost while others are basically not contributing at all. So I don't know if it's possible, when you're reviewing all these different taxes that we have and all that, could you delineate which ones are in essence a progressive type tax as opposed to those that are just a user fee? And if there's a way of gathering as much data on that as possible, I'd appreciate it, because I'd like to know how much we're generating, because certain people make more money, they're paying way more of a fee for whatever reason than others, whereas like maybe we could go more towards a fuel tax and cut some of these property taxes, or just something to kind of equalize the tax
Burden.
the rates. Yes. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, anyone else before we move on?
That was it.
Okay. I had 7 very specific items y'all wanted to just talk about. George may have already covered them, so I'm just going to go through them. If you have comments, we'll discuss. If you don't, we'll just move on. One was about customer service and quality control here in the county, and the concern was how do we continue to ensure we're providing good quality service and get feedback on the quality of it. George has talked about that some, but if any of you have some comments you'd like to make or question of George, please do so. Okay. Ombudsman. Again, George
Don,
talked about that.
Your name's still up. Is that a holdover from, okay.
Okay. Ombudsman. Okay, he talked about that one. Ocean Center expansion. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Matt Reinhardt.
With respect to the Ocean Center, no, it has nothing to do with the jail. And I'm not going to piggyback off anybody, okay, Jake? So, I chair the TDC, and one of the things that was brought up was the idea of there are several people in that realm that would like to see the Ocean Center expanded. And I guess the consulting firm that we use, is it okay to speak on that? That had brought up a very good point that you kind of need a staple, if you will, lack of a better word, hotel that can accommodate the amount of beds that you would have to bring in more of that business there. But those big staple hotels won't come there unless the Ocean Center is bigger.
Yeah.
You see where I'm at? So it's kind of in a stalemate, or at least that's the way I took it, that I don't know. Maybe Suzanne, if you can comment on that.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure I heard the Johnson Consulting study say that hotels won't come.
No, he didn't. I'm just saying that was
unless
a
it
general consensus from others that were there at that meeting, not him himself.
It is a bit of a catch-22, and I think, as we all know, some of the other comments that we heard have to do with the quality of the beachside neighborhood from both a public safety perspective as well as entertainment, restaurants, and other amenities that would be attractive to more conference users. But at this point, the most critical issue is for us to have a more stable source of hotel room blocks at reasonable rates for user groups. I think the decline in sort of, reduction since the peak of COVID's tourism has perhaps helped the hotels in that area cooperate more on the room block. And I think 2024 will be an excellent barometer to see how we even back out after the effects of COVID, and then take another look at where we are with room blocks. A very positive for the Ocean Center, as I think I've noted to council, is we are contracted business for this fiscal year will be a record-breaking year for the Ocean Center in terms of room nights attracted, attendees, et cetera. So with the exception of concerts, which we're investing in to bring to the arena this year, I would say that the Ocean Center has a very healthy 2024. It's those future years, and I think we'll have to look at our hotel partners closely. But we are in need of better hotel rooms, and ideally we'd like to see another hotel within roughly 1 mile of the Ocean Center open and offer that room block cooperative.
And we did, I thank you for reminding me about the city aspect too, because we're going to need that cooperation with the city of Daytona as well, because there is a lot of concern with that particular area or nearby that area, as well as aesthetics. You know, people that drive down certain parts of Daytona, aesthetically it's not inviting to them. We are doing remarkable things with respect to what comes off of our interstates when people do come into the area. Bevel looks a lot better. We had talked about that, last year, and FDOT has done a phenomenal job with that. With what we're doing on ISB and what we're going to coordinate at the same time with the beach approaches, that'll be great. But where the actual Ocean Center is located, that proximity, and what would draw that group or those people to that area, I hate to say it, but aesthetics play a big part in that. So that's going to need that cooperation from the city as well. And we talked about that too with respect to their code enforcement and things of that nature that would help in that process. So, but I did want to bring that up. But thank you for reminding me about the that part of it. Thank you,
Suzanne. Just a question, and maybe for Matt too. I wasn't in that meeting. Are you including right now? The Plaza Resort has been closed for 14 months. Are you including another motel even after the Plaza reopens?
Johnson did include the Plaza's number as if it was reopened in their assessment, but I do think that once that remodel and reopening occurs, that could be a significant improvement to our security of room blocks. So, like I said, I'm looking to 2024 to have a better understanding of how that stabilizes for us on the beach side.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman Reinhardt and Ms. Conchin, I applaud both of you for talking about this and bringing this up, because this can get uncomfortable, you know, some of the things we're mentioning. But I just want to remind this council, around 10 years ago, there was a Beachside Redevelopment Committee that met for a year, and I was a member from the city of Ormond Beach that served on this, and it was Daytona Beach. And we gave a binder of recommendations there were a lot of great people that served on that committee, but we gave a binder full of recommendations of what needed to happen to help turn around that area. And I really don't think much has been accomplished with that. And this is, I think, an opportunity for us as a council to work with the city of Daytona Beach on making some real positive gains. And we don't have to rewrite the book. It was written. These people spent a year of their life once a month on this Beachside Redevelopment Committee. And, you know, before the passing of our former Ocean Center director, Tim, I had a really great afternoon with him. And we talked about the quality of hotel rooms and what the current hoteliers right next door needed to do. I don't know how we help convince them that that would be in their best interest as well, to provide a top quality product, since they're asking for some top quality prices, you know, to stay there. But that is another healthy conversation that I think definitely needs to take place, because it comes back to this problem for me, which is I don't like not having a good argument for my constituents. And the argument is very valid. What do you mean an expansion of the Ocean Center? There's nothing I want to go and attend there anyway, is what I'll hear from constituents. And it's a valid argument from them. And I know that we have a new director of the Ocean Center. I'm excited about what she can bring to the table, but I just can't impress upon George, you and your staff enough. I think it was a 6-1 vote from this council that we wanted events at the Ocean Center that our constituents can participate and attend in. Nothing against quilting conventions. I hear it's wildly popular, you know, seriously. And we have one at the Ocean Center. But we want venues that our residents want to attend. So we're not pushing them out of Volusia County over to Orlando or St. Augustine. They want to be right here. And part 2 of that is, or part 3, because we talked about hotels, we need better venues at the Ocean Center, and it needs. We had this conversation a year ago. It's been a year. But the other thing is the severe lack of dining in that area as well. And I didn't realize it until Tim and I talked about where we were going to go to lunch that day. And the place we went to lunch has closed its doors now. They're no longer there. Per a month or 2 ago, they've shut down. So that's another issue down there that I think we just need to continue to have that conversation with Daytona Beach. And what, if anything, can the county do to help you? This isn't about pointing fingers at Daytona. This is about, hey, what can we do as the county of Volusia to help you and the businesses down here thrive? Because we have, that Ocean Center is absolutely stunningly beautiful, by the way. It is just a great location, and it's a wonderful venue. We just need to make sure we have things that our residents want to attend. And I know, Suzanne, I know you've been working hard on that as well, but dare I say work harder? Thank you.
Well, any other comments, folks?
I was just going to add to that. We are meeting with the city, I think, next week. And that is one of our topics. And the city has actually expressed a willingness to help us as well. So I think we're going to maybe get some synergy. As you know, they have an interest. They also have entertainment in that area, and we'd like to maybe work at better coordinating our efforts with them and see if we can get a little bit more synergy to help attract better acts to the area. So I'll be having that discussion with the manager next week.
Chairman, I'll move on unless anyone else. Next item is motocross. George, you mentioned it, but would you, it was been a lot of stuff. Would you just update the commission on where that is again?
Yeah, February 6th, I think we'll have the motocross folks in here to go over what they've looked at and studied here in our county. So we'll get an update on that.
Yeah, can I just supplement that with what I've observed over the last month and a half in our area? I know you guys, I think we voted on a need for it, and now we're in kind of phase 2, and that's what this presentation is going to be about, the first meeting in February. But just, I've experienced this firsthand because my son does this stuff. But again, for the 4th year in a row, Gainesville had what's called the Mini Olympics. It's a 8-day race, another record year, a world record for amateurs, over 6,000 entries in this thing. The Speedway hosts what's called the Ricky Carmichael. The Gainesville thing was in its 52nd year, okay, and it set another world record for the biggest amateur event, and that's only 80 miles up the road from us, 100 miles. Then you got the Ricky Carmichael Race During Bike Week, which is at the Speedway, and the reason I'm bringing all this up is to show that this sport is growing and it's in more demand than ever. The Supercross, which are the professionals, is the first weekend of Bike Week. It's on Saturday at the Speedway. The amateurs race Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It opened up. There's 2,000 slots available for racing. They filled up in an hour and a half on January 2nd. Once it was open for racing, we've got people coming from all over the world. At my son's race over Minios, he had 7 kids from different countries, Czech Republic, Australia, France, all coming into this area for the sport. And kudos to the Ocean Center, because now they're going outside the box, and they've invited, I believe for the first time ever, Arena Cross Motocross, which is the lower tier of professional motocross. And that is occurring the first weekend and the last weekend of Bike Week. So we're going to have professional motocross not only at the Speedway, which is filled up, I would say in record time. Also, we're going to have professional and amateur racing at the Ocean Center, both the first Friday and the last weekend of Bike Week, which is just showing that the popularity of the sport is just exploding. And so I just wanted to reaffirm that there is a demand there, and I think it's going to be a huge success if we can, push it through. So, yeah, all that. It was here. That was here a year and a half ago at Tinker Field. Yeah. Thanks. It was packed.
Mr. Chair, any other comments? Okay. I'd like to go to the next item, the expansion of Timber Creek Road to 4 lanes. Okay.
Say that again?
Expansion of Timber Creek Road to 4 lanes.
Yes, thank you. Chairman, do you mind? Thank you. So if you've not been on Timber Creek Road, what I can tell you is approximately 15 years ago, the county expanded Timber Creek Road to 4 lanes. It was 2 lanes. So from State Road 40, Granada Boulevard, heading north to Airport Road, we are, the county, and I'm thankful, about 15 years ago, give or take a couple years, went from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road. Breakaway Trails, Timber Creek developments are on that road. There was a stoplight put there between Timber Creek and Breakaway Trails. And the last, I think, 7/10 of a mile, it goes from 4 lanes, and they left it at 2 lanes. Now on Airport Road, you have 2 elementary schools. You have Pine Trail Elementary and Pathways Elementary. So this is an absolute bottleneck nightmare every morning, Monday through Friday, and every afternoon, Monday through Friday. So I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up, if I didn't talk about this, if I didn't try to get this on some type of plan where the county says, we're going to fix this problem that, listen, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I would have thought they would have done it 15 years ago and just continued the last 7/10 of a mile. It's probably the most important and impactful piece to finish, but this goes into what I said earlier about what are we going to cut, because you're going to cut the roads. I mean, there's a need, and this need is not going away. And I've got constituents out there that, I mean, you know, you become wise to, hey, they tell me, hey, I don't have to be at the office first thing in the morning, so I just know I don't leave between this time in the morning and this time in the morning because it's a nightmare down Timber Creek Road. So that's why I added this, and hopeful that I can get some support that we get the ball rolling and help fix this problem that the county helped create.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we gave you the restore the loop already. You can have, you want your cake, regrow the loop. So you got to pick one.
He's already got his ass.
I'm kidding. But actually, no. As it comes to roads, Troy, I was thinking about that, and my thoughts on that. I think we all kind of probably have a road that's very similar to that. So I think when it comes to roads, we ought to consider, leaning on our professionals and come up with a priorities list, which I think we do, and kind of fund them that way. I don't neglect that road is bad, but I could probably think of 2 or 3 that I can make the same argument. So,
and I appreciate that you said that, because I'm with you that in every city there's one of these like this. But if I don't, and if you don't bring it up and talk about it, then in 15 more years, it's, people are still going to be pulling their hair out about it. And, this is something that we own, we can fix, and we need to do it in Deltona, and we need to do it in Daytona, and New Smyrna, and DeLand, and Jake, and Chairman. I covered all your areas, so it's all of those, and you have to, just like we had that issue where we talked about that storage unit, and I wasn't familiar with that area, but you two gentlemen were very familiar with that on ramp, off ramp, and the problem that would be. If you haven't been there, Mr. Johansson, I'm sure you've been there. Chairman, I'm sure you've been there during those time periods on Timber Creek Road. But not just that, but with the future development that we're talking about and the extension of Timber Creek Road, this is something that I've got to advocate for.
I agree with you. I just hope they have some trees left over from the loop to go into the other parts of the county. That's one of my priorities.
Jake Johansson.
Yeah, so I do frequent that road because I get a car worked out and down that way. And so when this first came up last year, I found myself going down the road and there's people in the yard. So I stopped and told them who I was and said, hey, look, we're thinking of expanding this road. What are your thoughts as homeowners? So we have about 25 people that will fight until they can't fight anymore, and go through eminent domain. So that cost per 7/10 of a mile is going to go up astronomically. Not to say that it's not required, but for every, I don't want to say for every constituent on the road, but the constituents on the road are inconvenienced. The constituents in those homes are back to property rights. That's going to be a tough sell. So, and I only talked to 2 of them, but they said nobody here wants that. Well, got it. And again, we have that problem on Pioneer Trail between 44 and probably the new interchange if it comes. We're in the same boat. We just got a bunch of people who don't want those roads expanded, even though it's in our best interest. So I think possibly with a little bit of legal help, it would benefit you and I and the chairman to maybe get together with those people and try to get them to understand why it's important to have it, and maybe what we can do for them, whatever the realm of possibility of what we can do for them. Because for a lot of them, by the time you do new easement right away and grass, you're right up in their front yard, and the speed limit's probably going to go up to 45, so it's going to even be more dangerous. So we probably could do something to make that a little easier for staff to get us there as well. That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the interesting part of talking about reducing spending and lowering the tax rate. Roads are a big issue. That's an important one. Deltona's got numerous roads that need to be. I think LPGA is already in process, but pardon me, Williamson. Remind us though how those road programs are being funded, because that's
Well, mainly impact fees,
Right.
and a little bit of gas
Gas
tax.
tax.
What we can do, what we will do, we do our annual road program. We talked about having it, moving it up to the spring, which would be a little bit more in the budget formation season. So we'll take a look at that, and we'll definitely look at Timber Creek and where that would fall, and the various priorities in each of the zones. That's the other part, makes it a little complicated, is it's the impact fees, and impact fees in those zones. Some are, have more demands than others, but those are the ones that are also collecting the most when it comes to impact fees. So, more to follow on that, but yeah, we'll have that, and we hear that's a priority, so. and we'll
George, remember, only 3 people spoke in favor of Timber Creek.
All right, but that's why we're not gonna make the decision here today. It'll come back in a program, or like you
I
say,
thought
some of the other roads will also be,
I thought it was
discussed.
4 because I thought Santiago said yes. He liked it as well.
Don Dempsey. What road do you need fixed?
Well, now that we're on the subject, I was going to bring this up at the end, but I've probably logged 10,000 miles this year traveling in an RV with a big trailer behind me across the country. And the one thing that I've noticed and I've learned from talking to truck drivers is there's nowhere to park, and there's no rest areas. When you drive long distances and you go to pull over to sleep somewhere in a rest area, it's completely full of trucks. I mean, over capacity in the lane. I mean, it's just packed. The pilots, the Flying J's, all those packed to the hill. And it's because of the road, the logbook regulations, and then just everybody's tired. But there's nowhere to park. Do we have anything available? Because we're in 95 and I-4. Do we have any
Well, we've worked,
that we have that we could allocate for rest areas to help these truckers?
we don't, but I will say that I've worked with the Department of Transportation. They've identified 2 areas, at I-4, just a little bit south of the I-95, or a little bit to the west. So there's areas out there that they plan on putting a pretty large truck stop areas on, they call on system, so they won't even have to come off at an interchange. They'll be right there on system. But it's a few years out, but they've had those. They're in their work design program.
Is there anything we could do to expedite that, or is that basically their baby?
It's pretty much their baby because it's coming right off of the interstate, and that's federally funded. So typically, that's theirs. We'll also have, I'm sure, requests in various interchanges. There's usually proposals out there for private ones as well.
I can appoint you to the Transportation Planning Organization. Meets once a month.
Saturdays?
For about 4 hours. Because that's where that's, being planned and.
Right. Yeah, each county, besides Volusia, Seminole, Orange, and Osceola also have projects that'll be occurring.
Okay.
I think they have designated several areas in Volusia for more truck parking.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that. Thanks.
They know there's a huge need. You're right.
There
Yeah.
definitely is.
Any more on that?
Yeah,
Danny
so-
Robbins.
Yeah, Don, and just to follow up on you, I think when I had brought up to relax the restrictions on the truck parking, where if you had a certain amount of property, only because I sit on that board, Seminole, Orange, those folks, they're getting first priority. We're the caboose, Volusia County. And on their scale, I mean, we're, if my memory's correct, 10, 15 years out. So this isn't going to happen. That's their projection, and that's a big what if, you know? So that's why I was looking at other ways to address this. And I'd even be open to, and the biggest part is pulling off safely. If you go just north of us in Flagler, or I just saw it the other day when I was up in St. John's, they actually have signs along the highway. They don't want truckers pulling off, but certain counties don't want truck stops. Well, what do we do for these folks? They're critical elements of our everyday life, and we don't want them anywhere. So that was my angle to look at these restrictions, just because there's no light at the end of the tunnel. I've been doing this a little bit now. I can kind of see this is going to be a long time. But also, too, I was thinking if we can look at the off-ramps or on-ramps where they only have that little shoulder, maybe extending the shoulder so they can park on the road and or park on the side of the road where they would be out of danger and they wouldn't get hassled by anybody from in the parking lot. So I don't know if we can look at that. Maybe that would be a quicker, easier fix for DOT to help us, or if we have to, you know, but I'm with you on that. It's just a ways out. So.
Looks like it. Okay. Additional sports fields. Mr. Mayor, did you mention that? Would you just give a quick update on that?
Yeah, that's also, that's going to be March or maybe as late as April, but that's coming in also. That's been under study, so that needs analysis is coming to you, and that's we've had very interesting conversations. There's a lot of opportunities.
Is this at the fairgrounds?
No, this is just countywide. A lot of concentration in this case on the west side because it doesn't. It didn't have as many to begin with, but they're looking at again what the needs are. They're assessing that, and we've had good conversations with some of our neighbors, like Seminole County, and what they've done down there. So there's a lot. I'm sure it's going to show need, and then in what particular areas. I probably don't go very long without getting a complaint in my office about lack of practice fields. It's a constant pressure for soccer and baseball.
Any comments? Okay. Next item is greenhouses at corrections.
Tree houses?
Greenhouses. Sorry. My southern's a little too slow here.
I heard you.
Yeah, that was mine. And I know, Joe, you're here. We had talked about, and we talked a little bit about that. We had talked about the possibility of doing an appropriation request, and thank you, George, for bringing up the fact that we had I think it was a NOAA grant and actually that was in my comments to ask about where we're at on the NOAA grant, because that would be certainly a way to help fund it. But there is a need for the growth of either mangroves and or sea oats when we go to do the beach renourishment and complete that project. You know, having the inmates do that and having the inmates grow it. And then we could certainly release those plants to those properties that are in dire need of that to help sustain that. And then we kind of expanded from that and also brought up the idea of possibly teaching them how to do the sand fencing as well to help hold that sand in place once we are finished with those dredging projects with the Army Corps of Engineers and what we do at Rattlesnake Island. So I don't know what the status of that is with that grant. I know it takes a while to hear back from that, so we're not near that yet. But if that comes to fruition, then that'll help us with that. That actually helps out not just Volusia, but also Brevard County, because the Indian River, the lagoon part of it, and for the beaches themselves as well. Because a lot of people are having to find that they have to, those that have already got their dunes in place, or find it difficult that they have to go elsewhere to try to find those sea oats. So if we provide them here in Volusia, we can get it done quicker and help that sustainability of those dunes.
No other comments on that, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to go by member and ask for any final comments or any topics. Mr. Johansson, anything else you'd like to talk about today?
Oh, Herb, you know, my main thing is efficient and effective government, both from the staff and from the council. So I'm looking forward to moving forward in 2024.
Mr. Robbins? Okay. Mr. Reinhardt? You're good? Mr. Dempsey? Anything? Vice Chair?
Thank you very much. Nope, that's all.
Okay. Mr. Santiago, any final comments? You're good? Mr. Chair, if you'd wrap up.
I just thank you for leading this, and I think what we just saw is how difficult it is to reduce spending in order to reduce millage rates, and yet we still need to do it. So I hope we don't give up on it. We need roads. We need public safety. That's why I think it's important that we do it as a three-way team with the public, the staff, and the council, because it's going to be some hard decisions, hard to agree on. But I believe that we have to do it. I think staff has done a good job over the years in keeping spending under control. There's people that will argue with that. So it's important that we keep on it. Thank you. And I hope that the other thing that we do, besides getting Don more fields and motocross in West Volusia, which I concur with, that we look at reducing some of the requirements we put on businesses, permits and things like. I think that is a good way to also reduce spending. So thank you for doing this.
Let me just sum up the direction today. You've told George to move on that matrix you showed you, all the things he plans to do. Keep on that. To continue to look at base process redesign and metrics for that as a way to improve your more efficient organization, more effective. You set rollback as your goal that he'll work toward and bring the budget, and you've discussed these specific items and given that. So I appreciate the opportunity to work with you again. I hope you have a wonderful year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that takes us to the, we've already had public comment, takes us to the county manager, county attorney for their closing comments, and then council.
I have no comments.
County attorney?
No comments, thank you.
Let's see if that trend continues.
Don Dempsey. Closing comments.
I have one comment and 38 subparts, and no, I have no comments. Thanks, guys.
Wow.
I'm not going to break the streak. Not
The
me.
peer pressure is mounting. Jake Johansson.
I got no peer pressure here. State of the County's coming up February 14th. And George, I think I've mentioned you many times. We just went through the goals, but so I'm hoping the State of the County meeting has a theme that's kind of loosely based on these goals, and I would hope that the public affairs team will be meeting with us soon, because I know their production gets fun for them, to ask what points we want to make based on the framework or the theme of the State of the County. I mentioned to you last year that I'm sure there's points they want me or us to say to be part of the flow, but I would like to make sure that my thoughts are included in that production. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of items, and I'm going to be pretty brief, I believe. First, just Happy New Year. We've been together, this council, for a year. This is our 1 year anniversary, really. And I'm extremely impressed with what we have accomplished in that short time. The second thing, and Mr. Dyer, you don't need to go into this right now because you didn't have any comments, but I think we need to talk about it in the future, is that I love hearing from the public, and I think all of us do, but we have to address the bad behavior sometimes. And, you know, Councilman Robbins doesn't need me to come to his defense. He's more than capable of handling himself, as are all of you gentlemen. But it bothers me when the profanity gets the way it does sometimes, and it's rare, but there are women and children not only in these chambers, but listening online. And it is wildly inappropriate. And I just want to make sure that at some point we have a conversation about, if we need to have a tool in place that states, if you do X, Y, or Z in these chambers and you behave a certain way, then I don't know how long or whatever, but you should not be back in here doing that again and again and again. It's just, it's wildly inappropriate. It's not okay. And my dad always says about raising kids, if you don't have any expectations for your kids, you'll never be disappointed. And we have to have expectations. We give them to ourselves. We've set boundaries and rules on time limits for us to talk. Yet we had someone screaming profanities because he disagreed with something that a council member said. And thank goodness the deputy was as close as she was. And I heard her telling him on the way out, we're not going to do that. And his response was, I just did. So at some point, Mr. Dyer, and maybe it's one-on-one conversations we have about it, but this council, listen, no constituent should be beat up on that verbally like that. No staff member, it's not appropriate for someone to beat up on a staff member. And none of you gentlemen were, decided to run so that you could be beat up like that verbally. You say whatever you want negatively about me, but just please don't use foul language like that in front of other people. That's all I ask. A little decorum there. The next thing I just briefly wanted to mention was I am shocked, honored, and humbled to be your vice chair this next year. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to say that next week I will be publicly announcing my candidacy for re-election to District 4 for County Council. And District Dialogue for Residents will happen on Monday, January 22nd from 5 to 6 p.m. at Michael Crotty Bicentennial Park. I'm back to that original location for my first one of the year, and that's where I had my first one last year. So I'm excited to be there, except this year we have pickleball courts that we didn't have last year at that time. So that'll be a good conversation for everybody. And with that, Happy New Year. Have a great afternoon.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I only have one thing. I had already conveyed my appreciation. We have a road, talking about roads today, we have a road in my district, Clyde Morris, that we had talked about holding the companies that we hire accountable, and this is one of them. And Ben, you under your department did that because I know they hemmed and hawed on having to redo that road. It was done, I think, not even a year ago, or maybe at a year, and it's already starting to like a wave. So they are going to come back out and redo that road that goes up to Bevel Road. So I appreciate you addressing that. I assume they're doing that one and the Bellevue extension as well. Okay, so thank you very much, and that's all I had. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to circle back real quick to proposing and hearing from our legal staff on adopting the meeting agenda right after roll call. County Attorney, are you able to give us your knowledge and experience on how that goes and the benefits of it when running a meeting?
Sure. So your charter provides some language on how your agenda is prepared. Your county manager is charged with preparing the agenda. Your chair can supplement the agenda prior to each meeting. In the charter, it does say in that section 306, when the meeting starts, basically the agenda is the council's. So you can decide to continue something, to take something off the agenda. It's your meeting agenda. Sometimes you'll see some local governments have an agenda item at the near the beginning of the meeting. It's close to roll call, adoption of agenda, of approval of agenda. I've seen it characterized different ways. But basically it's an opportunity for the body to take some action on the agenda that's before them. So your manager's done his or her job preparing it. Your chairs had the opportunity to supplement it. Now it's council's once the meeting starts. So I think you have that authority already, regardless of whether you have that standing agenda item, but you could have something like that on the agenda that kind of prompt that discussion, if you like.
Mr. Attorney, would that, I know we've been encountered several times where we've gone off agenda and sometimes voted on items that weren't agended. And I know we talked about that today. Several of us did. I was just thinking about this to better lock us in, to keep the meeting moving, to not have to reschedule agenda items, and pretty much police ourselves a little bit better. And I think it's an area that we can, and all, including myself, improve on. But I'm willing to make that motion. It's if we want it to come back, we can have it come back. But this is an inner policy of how we want to operate. What do you guys think?
Can you clarify? I'm not clear on what what the policy is. What you're proposing? Sorry.
To adopt the meeting agenda, as in this is what we're doing. We're not even. This is why we're here. This is what we're doing, and like I said, that way it keeps everything flowing, keeps it going. We're being efficient and effective, like we talk about, and also to members of the public get their if they have something scheduled, they're not getting it rescheduled because of our actions. Like, hey, we got to get to them. So that's all.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to do it, for instance, Mike, could we, if this became something right after the pledge and we called roll, could we have agreed to take items 9 and 10 off the agenda before we approved it and send those people home like before the consent?
As long as it's not before the published time certain.
Got it. And staff could adjust that time certain to make sure that we addressed everything on the agenda right away. So
Where I've seen it come up before with other governing bodies as well is maybe unexpectedly a member of council's not at the meeting.
Right.
And maybe they're the one who brought up the item and say, you know what, I really would like to postpone this until Mr. So-and-so is back. I've seen it that way as well.
So we used to do that at Port Orange. I don't know if they still do. And things got removed and continued, but never got added at the last minute. I'm not opposed. It's just one more vote. And it would have gotten some people out of here earlier that didn't want to stay because they know what's going to happen to them. But what I don't think it will do is it won't prevent us from doing something like what might end up happening here, is that we make a motion in a second and vote for something, which administratively, if it's no impact on the public, like this seems to be, I don't have a problem with it. But if it's something that impacts the public, in my heart, I want everybody to be able to speak to it. I don't think that reaches that threshold in this case. So,
and that's all. I just want to hear, just because there has been some instances where we've gone off course a little bit. That's all.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And the way our rules are set up, it kind of leads us sometimes to do exactly that, which is make a motion here on the fly, and then vote for it. And I'm thinking back about a hot issue in Ormond Beach. I won't go in depth with it, but we had a vote. We heard some information, got some information, and we had a vote that day. And that's a rare occurrence. And I mentioned this a year ago, actually, at this meeting. And what I said was, I came from an elected body where if we were ever going to vote on something that wasn't on the printed agenda, in Ormond, it's called the Thompson Rule. There was a commissioner named Joe Thompson. I never met him, way before my time. But supermajority had to say, yes, we will hear this and vote on it. Otherwise, you couldn't vote on it. And I mentioned that to this body about us doing that. And I would not be adverse to calling it the Robbins Rule. And it would be like that in perpetuity, you know, as long as the council's agreed to it, you know, 50 years from now down the road. But I think that the reason I mention all of that is I think there are crazy circumstances where every once in a while we might have to vote on something that's not on the agenda, something that we get live while we're here. And I don't want us to have our hands tied down. I'm okay with a supermajority agreeing to it. And literally, I'm not joking, calling it the Robbins Rule. You know, are we going to waive the Robbins Rule? Are we going to allow this to take place because it's something we need to address right now? So, you know, that's something that I would be okay with if there was anybody else on the council that wanted to continue to pursue and talk about Robbins Rule at a future agenda. Staff could put that on there and we could talk about a supermajority, because I think it could get us in trouble if at the beginning of the meeting we don't approve something and we find something out during the meeting. Right. And honestly, I think it's a once in a 3-year event probably that would happen, but I see it happening.
Yeah, and I hear you, Mr. Kent. You know, and the thing about this, though, the agenda is the agenda. What we do in council comments is kind of totally different. And just like Mr. Santiago did, you can make a motion and waive the rule. And if you don't get a second, so it goes through that process. So it was just trying to alleviate some stuff. But council comments, I think, is a little different. Most of us, we just put stuff on to come back for some more information. But I'll hear from other people. And I got one more little thing.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I'm okay with the putting the agenda item on there that says, you know, adoption of the agenda, something like that, for that particular hearing. I have no issues with that. I think it'll be clean. It'll prompt discussion from some time to review it and give some input. So I'm okay with that. As far as voting on issues, I come from the rule of thumb: something's before me, and I feel I can make a decision on it, then I'm prepared to make a decision on it. The government requires us to do our work in the sunshine. That's what we're here. That's the requirement. There are certain things that have to be noticed by statute, right? And we certainly have to follow that. But we're a legislative body. If something comes before us, it's a problem. We talked about efficiencies. Why saying, well, we're going to put that on the agenda for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and I'm doing a little facetious, but I'm prepared to make a decision. Now, if I feel that I don't have enough facts to make a decision, guess what? I'm going to vote no. You have the right to vote no. So I don't like locking ourselves down to saying we can't make a decision because it's not on the agenda. Our requirement is to do the work in the sunshine, which is what we do. If you have the facts, make the decision. Let's be efficient. Let's not create more things. And that's how I feel about that. We're not doing anything secret. If people don't like the decision, they can certainly come back and say, hey, you guys voted on this 2 weeks, and that was a bad idea because of X, Y, and Z. You know what? You might be right. I move to reverse whatever or make changes to it. We make a decision at the time. So I don't like locking myself in. Do the work in the sunshine. Let's be efficient. But on your other first piece, Danny, I'm good with it.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I think that just answered my question, though, with respect to what happens during council comments. You know, we come up with an idea and you'll say, you know, make a motion, I'll second it, you know, or would it be better if we just said, well, it's a great idea, but let's get with George and put it on the agenda. If it's something that we think needs to be noticed, but I love the idea, I'm good. All right.
Don Dempsey.
I gotta agree with Danny, because I like the idea of the Robbins Rule, because it's I mean, we just had some people here today from the Sierra Club when Danny brought something up last meeting about Tiger Bay. They were complaining that it wasn't noticed and set on the agenda, so they came here in hindsight of our vote about sending the letter complaining that it wasn't agended. We had some other things recently and it wasn't agended, and you know, so I like the idea of the Robbins Rule. I'd like to propose that if we are going to do something like that, that we make, if there's any absentee councilman for vacation plans that were, you know, if there's a vote like this going to take place and they're not present, that we have a duty to make a reasonable effort to join them in on Zoom. Because I think that would be, you know, Matt, when he was sick, he was able to attend by Zoom. I think if we're saying it's a rare occurrence, well, if it's a rare occurrence, I think that would justify at least reasonably trying to reach out to the absentee councilman, get them up to speed and let them appear and vote via Zoom if it's going to have something that may have sweeping consequences. Because I do agree with Danny that things need to be agenda'd. People shouldn't have to come in and complain after the vote. I'd rather see everything in due process. And, I mean, I think I've been lectured by Jake previously about me wanting to vote on something on the spot, and he said, no, this is something that affects the community, and we need to put it on an agenda and have debate and let the public participate in it. So you convinced me, Jake, and I agree with Danny. So I like the idea, though, of a Robbins rule with those extra added conditions.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, well, we'll probably need a little clarification on what the Danny's rule or Robbins rule exactly means, but I think where we're going at first, I'll just say, and what we've seen, Suzanne's worked in other places with this, so Mike and others, like Mike said, it's a tool to have at the beginning of the meeting, a placeholder to give an automatic kind of cue to people. If you want to change something, take something off because someone didn't show, some other factor occurred since the published agenda went out, it was a tool for the group to say, as a majority, we don't think that's the right, today's not the right day for whatever reason. So it's more to take something off of there or move it around in the agenda. Today we did move around a little bit because we got ahead a little bit and got ahead of Mr. Marlowe. But typically, you guys have that power just to make a motion to go off, the agenda, and the chair can do that. So, but this gives you that right in the beginning of the meeting, that opportunity. If you know you're going to swap something around, I think we did it when we had a room full of people. Then you all can, vote on it, and because it's an automatic on the agenda, it doesn't put any of you in any kind of position. Why is he wanting to stop it today or whatever? No, it's just part of normal business. Is that we approve the agenda as written, or if there's a suggestion to move something or remove something. That's where I think we were going with it, and then I think you've added a little bit more to what the original thought about not voting or making sure it's a super majority if you're going to vote on something that wasn't on the agenda. That was going over and above what I think the original talk was.
Thank you. Two things. I like Jake's rule from several meetings ago that we don't vote on an item the same day. It's got to go on the agenda. We've talked about right now about there's some things that only affect us, doesn't affect the public, that we could do that with. What I'm wondering is, Michael Dyer, it sounds to me like Robert's Rules of Orders takes care of everything that we're talking about. It allows us to move things up, take things off. So if we're just talking about doing that at the beginning of the meeting so the public knows, that's good for the public. It doesn't prevent changes from occurring during the meeting because of time, because of people coming and going. So would that prevent us from changing again if we needed to?
I think so. I think if you had a placeholder for that on your agenda, I don't think it gives or takes away any authority that you don't already have. I mean, because you as a majority of council can act on the agenda currently. It would just provide an opportunity identified on the agenda for you to act on that at that particular time. But if you decide later in the day it ends up being very long and you realize it's too late to have this discussion, you can always move an item. Yeah.
And did you have something else, Michael?
No, sir. I think Mr. Rechtenwald addressed the idea of if have a better understanding of what Danny's role would be, but that's a separate issue. And I think my understanding of your agenda items, there are many agenda items that you can't act on at the same meeting, like adopting an ordinance. You couldn't do that today because state law requires us to notice it and do certain advertisements. Certain actions require a certain amount of notice, and I know this council's been pretty restrictive on what they vote on that's not on the agenda. Usually it comes up at the end of the meeting. Maybe it's responding to a bill that's been filed and requires a quick response. So if you want to adopt something that would require an elevated vote, you can certainly do that, or just exercise your current rule that you have. Just be mindful of being careful about what you do approve. Don't overuse it. It's kind of, I think, a fair way of putting it. You can do that as well.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. It's an additional piece of administrivia, but it does prompt us. There have been a few occasions where we've looked at the chairman and go, I don't know if this is the right time to do this, but can we, and we start looking at moving the agenda. Can we, the family's here, can we get the proclamation up here? This would just prompt us to go, oh, this is the right place to do it. And after that, you're right, we're just doing what we always do and doing it, I don't want to say on the fly, but like we did today. I don't think anybody would have called a point of order and say, wait a minute, after 9 comes 10. I think we're all part of being efficient, so I'm not opposed either.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And a year ago, you all satisfied me whenever I brought this up with exactly the common sense that you just mentioned, Mr. Johansson, which was, we're going to let common sense rule today. But Mr. Robbins, it concerned me a little bit because what I'm seeing is, here's our agenda, this is it, we're not going to move away from this. I'm a rules guy. I can be black and white in a lot of areas of my life. So I like that, except there are certain times when something does come up, and like I said, I think it's a blue moon when it happens. But if that's the rule that we take and we follow, this is the agenda, we're not going to segue away from this. But something comes up, I don't like it constraining us like that, which is why, and we got to quit calling it the Danny rule. It's the Robbins rule because you brought it up. So if that's what we're going to do, and I'll get with you, Mike, and we can talk about it, and it can be an agenda item to see if this council wants to implement something like that. But that would give, if supermajority said, hey, there's an issue, and, 5 of us think we need to vote on this today, not an ordinance, but something that's not on the agenda, it gives us some wiggle room.
I can go with, listen, I don't want anything named after me, please, Troy. But we don't even have to bring this. Listen, you've been through this. If you put together a model for us, if it's okay with the attorney, send it to the attorney, and he'll get it out to us, and we can do it. But we don't need to. I don't know if we need to do an administrative action and drag all these people in. We're all adults. We can handle this somehow. So.
And my understanding is that your focus is on just adding a line item to the agenda for approval of agenda.
Yep, that's it. And then to close things out, I started digging into our own policy as council. For instance, and I had something that I had kept for a while that bothered me back during COVID, and it was our travel policy. And I'm not going to ask to bring anything back now, but it's something I'm looking into on how we can better police elected officials or future elected officials in this, because what I'll bring back to you when the country's closed down, when I look at a travel policy and seeing money being spent when the country is shut down, that kind of bothered me. So that's something that we're able to do, is travel outside the county and bill that to the county, county expenses. What I want to do in the future is look at putting a cap on government spending in terms of our travel and things that we can maybe spend in that area. So that's what I'm going to be working on here in the next couple months once we get through our next stuff and seeing where we can cut back in some of those areas. So thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, Danny, I didn't have anything, but on that travel thing, have you identified as a problem I don't know, I'm just asking.
Well, a past council member had spent something like 21, 24, 29,000 in the country was shut down at the time.
Get it.
That's where I have the problem. I want to be forward thinking as a body and get ahead of that. Not saying anybody would do it, but
Gotcha.
I think we should have a little bit better checks and balances in that area. And if you do have to go, say you do go over a limit, say we put a $5,000 limit on it, which I don't think any of us even use, but if you have to go over that, you have to justify to the board what it is. And almost when you come back to the council after whatever you did out of county, give us a reason. What was the outcome of this? So we can police ourselves better as elected officials. Thanks.
I don't have anything. Have a good evening, everybody.
Okay, I think I'm going to join you in that. I'm good for the day. It's good conversation. So with that, at 3:13, we are adjourned.